Have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I, Amrita Sharma, welcome you all to another episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is also a little bit different, talking about a different facet from a human mind. And therefore, today's episode is based on mental health awareness, healing our earth by healing our mind. Mind, which is a beautiful modality, and its well being is equally so important as is other things. We'll be talking more about it, but it's time first to start with a prayer. So, for that, I'd like to invite my co host, Vaishali Acharya, our contributor and a beauty expert, to share her melodious voice with a melodious prayer. Over to you. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, Amrita. Let's invoke in this beautiful prayer to strengthen our mind and soul. इतनी शक्ति हमें दे न दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना. इतनी शक्ति हमें दे न दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना. हम चले नेक रास्ते पे, हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना. इतनी शक्ति हमें दे न दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना. दूर अज्ञान के हो अंधेरे, तू हमें ज्ञान की रोशनी दे. हर बुराई से बच के रहे हम, जिंदगी भी दे भली जिंदगी दे. बैर होना किसी का किसी से, भावना मन में बदले की होना. हम चले नेक रास्ते पे, हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना. इतनी शक्ति हमें दे न दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना. Global Namaste, everyone. I'm your co-host Vaishali Acharya, and welcome to today's episode, Heal Your Mind at Healing Our Earth. Today, we are embarking on a crucial conversation, one that touches the very core of our well-being, mental health. In a world where the pressures of daily life can often feel overwhelming, it's essential that we come together to shine a light on these often overlooked aspects of our lives. Mental health isn't just about the absence of illness, it's about fostering resilience, finding balance, and nurturing our inner selves. Throughout this episode, we'll be delving into various facets of mental health, from breaking down stigmas to exploring strategies for self-care and resilience. But before we dive in, I want to emphasize something. You are not alone. Whether you are tuning in as someone navigating your own mental health journey or as an ally supporting others, know that this space is for you. Together, we will navigate through stories, insights, and expert advice with the aim of fostering understanding, empathy, and most importantly, hope. So, let's embark on this journey together, Amrita. A journey towards greater awareness, acceptance, and support for mental health. Amrita, over to you.
Thank you, Vishali. That was really very nice. And the prayer that you started up to strengthen our mind, and God gives us that strength that we may not make any mistake of any kind and may be able to fulfill the purpose for which we have arrived on earth. Mind is such a beautiful thing that it can take you anytime, anywhere. You can be on the flights of fantasy, of the thoughts, and you can be experiencing the most wonderful things that you like. Mind that takes you and drives you to any imagination. It gives you the experiences of the past, the experiences that the future might show something, and also gives you the beauty of realizing the connection that you are connected with the wonderful soul that is residing within you. And that is why, in today's time, where we are celebrating the Mental Health Awareness Week this week in United Kingdom, it is an important time where we all create an awareness to understand the importance, how important our mental well-being is, and to design strategies to know how we can cater and take care of the mental health, because it's utmost important, as important is our physical health. And that's why today's episode we'll be having experts who will throw light on various strategies, affordable solutions, what are the contemporary things in relation, the concepts, as well as the treatments of various diseases and disorders. So let's move further, Vishali, with your beautiful prayer, and we take over a next step to invite the host as well as the episode producer and our regular contributor, Kirit Mistry. Global Namaste, Kirit Mistry.
Global
Global,
Namaste, Kirit Mystery ji.
global namaste.
Kirit, before you start, let me have few words of honor in front of everyone. Kirit is a founder and lead for the health inequalities, president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation, and director of Health Portfolio for Hindu Council UK. He has worked for over 30 years in health promotion, mainly in drug addiction, mental health, diabetes, organ, blood, living kidney awareness, and stem cell donation, as well as cancer. So we have Kirit Mistry with us, and today's episode is in collaboration with South Asian Health Action and Organ Donation Lead from India. So welcome once again, Kiritji.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and very pleased to be here. And we have, just to tell the listeners, we have got an exciting program today, and we've got some really amazing presenters, speakers who are going to share their personal journey. But I think what the key thing that with Healing Our Earth and the family that we've been developing, what we need to do first is mental health is still a taboo and a stigma within most communities. So it's people are suffering in silence. People only start talking about it when it happens to them. We should also understand that any one of us in our life, mental health will impact on our lives, so that's something that we can't predict or prevent, but it's better that we start to have conversations. We're aware of how to get the support. It's only by talking about it, having your conversation within your families, within your communities, that you will get the support and the solutions. And I'm based in the UK. We have a mental health crisis, I would say, because all of the services are inundated, and there's lots of waiting lists. So we've got to start finding alternative ways of helping people to self-care, self-manage. And through the work that we've been doing certainly from the pandemic, we've managed to find organizations in India who have developed some great packages on self-care, on depression, on anxiety. We've had them on Healing Our Earth previously. The GYAN Life is one organization, but also we've reached out globally, and our mental health advisor, Professor Nandini Chakrabarti, who's helped us to develop a World Health Organization program, which is currently run, called the Mental Health Gap. It's a manual. It's developed and delivered in countries where there's no infrastructure or limited infrastructure around mental health. So it's training lay people in the community to be better aware of mental health, the different conditions, the diagnosis, and what they can do locally. And she's trained people in Africa and India, and we've trained people in the UK as well to become mental health ambassadors, who really what their role is they will reach out to people in the community who's sharing with them they're in crisis or they need help. So what these ambassadors are doing is really being that big brother, big sister to help them with that emotional support and then help them navigate to the right support that they need. It's really a great program, and as I said, Professor Nandini Chakravarti, who's actually based in Leicester. We're fortunate to have a professor who actually works in early psychosis here in our own city in Leicester. But again, we've got to start to find other programs that we can then start to learn more and work together. And I think Healing Our Earth is a great platform to create ambassadors of mental health, in every community. And I think that's something that it's our long-term plan that we can start to work on. I chose to take up this career in this area because in my earlier career of being the Asian drug and alcohol worker here in Leicester, I was seeing a lot of my friends who I went to school with actually being affected and being addicted through various drugs, and they weren't getting the right support. But also, it was important to reach out, and the services weren't reflecting the communities that they need to serve. So when they created this Asian drug and alcohol work, it was a part-time post. I chose to go for it because I realized that who better to reach our communities is somebody who's from the community, who looks like them, who can speak the languages, and who can build up that trust. So that was my early career that I worked on drug addiction, particularly drug and alcohol addiction. And full circle, we are still working on these areas with other people who have now showed their lived experience. They've spoken about their journey of alcohol addiction, and we're now supporting and working with them to get the information out, but also to get the awareness out. And then mental health, again, through the pandemic, I was working for a local charity, and again, we knew that with the pandemic, our communities couldn't see their loved ones because of isolation, because of obviously we had to kind of be safe and not connect if they were living on their own. So we luckily found ways of reaching them, either through Zoom like we're doing today, or telephone support. And it was vital because people were, couldn't access the services, and that's something that we started to do. But I think, and through this journey, I've come across some amazing people that I've brought today on this program, because they are their experience, they've gone through the journey of their own mental well-being and mental health challenges, and we are delighted to have these people who are going to be sharing their stories. So I'm not going to say more about that, but I think in the UK and in other countries, we need to look at how we work more on good practice. How do we share the learning? How do we bring not just medical approaches? How do we bring alternative approaches? Ayurvedic approaches, meditation, yoga. And this year's theme of the mental health awareness theme is about movement, and it will take place in the UK on the 13th to the 19th of May. So it's trying to get people to understand that you don't just need to if your mental health requires you to take medication, then that's something that you'll be required. But you can find ways of self-caring and managing movement, walking, doing various. If you're limited in terms of your mobility, you can still move, as little or as much as you can. So I think that's the theme of this year, is about movement. And we're fortunate, in countries where we're coming from, we have a lot of green spaces. We have lots of outdoor spaces that we can, we don't need to pay gym membership to go and get ourselves, we've got utilized parks. We're lucky in various cities in the UK, we have, our local parks have now put gym equipment, so people don't need to take out a gym membership. They can go there and, use the park to walk. So movement is very important, and I think that's something that I'll further emphasize, is that really, we don't need to go and take a gym and membership. We can do things relatively at low cost, and most importantly, you can do it with your family. A lot of people, it's great to see, India are the trailblazers of, pushing walking groups, and I think that's something that we're now seeing here in the UK as well. So are there any questions that you'd like to kind of ask me, Amrita ji, and also Vishali ji?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's yes, Vishali, please go ahead.
So first of all, Kirit, what an amazing work you have been doing, and especially drug addiction and alcohol. These two words actually strike my mind. We all know that depression, and though so many different things we are going to discuss today in a mental health awareness episode. And but one question I would like to ask on, because since you have been working with these people who have been suffering with these kind of conditions, so my question is, what kind of a thought pattern have you observed in drug addicts, or people who are victim of alcohol? Or is there any similar thought patterns, any common thought patterns, or in terms of mental thought patterns have you observed? Could you please like to share with us, Kirit?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. It's a great question, and mostly, the individual is in denial. It's the denial is the key thought pattern. It's also the families think there's a quick cure, or a quick kind of pill that could solve this solution, and they also need the thought pattern around accepting, but also trying to reach the right help when they need to. The denial is not just on the individual, it's the denial on the family as well, because they don't want, I mentioned earlier, the stigma and taboo within our communities. People don't want their neighbor or their community finding out that within their own families, there's an individual have got a drug or alcohol addiction. Once we move from denial, it's about getting the individual to accept that they need, they have got a problem. The drug addiction or the alcohol addiction has spiraled out of control, which and the thought pattern around, the amount of money they're spending or how they're getting their drugs in, some could be committing various crimes to feed their habit. But I think it's mostly that's so denial, then acceptance of that they need support, and then it's about they have to also provide different roads and pathways to say, okay, option one, you can go down this road. It's in terms of, once you've accepted it, once you've overcome the denial, you're ready to seek that help, right? And at the end of this road, we'll help you to kind of find the right psychological interventions. And later on, Professor Naeem Farouk, who's going to be talking about different therapies and culturally adapted therapies from Canada. So, but here in the UK, there's the options is, as I mentioned, they've got big waiting lists for some of these talking therapies, as they call them. So we have to find alternative ways. So denial, acceptance, looking at giving them options, but then the family need the support as well. The family is also going through that psychological trauma. The individual's gone through the trauma. We don't know why they've started to take the drugs. It could be a number of reasons that they've not dealt with in their childhood or currently going in their life. So that trauma is something that we need to find them the specialist support. And then finally, the question really is great, because we have to kind of join up how we work together. We can't work in silos. We can't, and acceptance is also on two ways. That we as a community need to accept that we have a problem that we need to be working on.
Very true, Kirit. And on that note, before I go ahead, or Amrita, before we go ahead, let's take comments from our founder, director, Nil Kumar, on the wonderful answer Kirit said. Over to you, Nil Kumar.
Global namaste to each one of you. What an episode we are bringing to the people in this day and age. Mental health awareness is very much required. Kirit, you do fantastic work because you bring out all the different aspects of the South Asian health actions in the South Asian community, and you link with NHS experts, You are, of course, a resident team member at Healing Our Earth and a producer of some episodes. And Vaishali, you asked a very appropriate question. One thing we must not forget, when somebody is reaching out to you, don't ignore them. They're trying to reach out to you because the next moment they might be doing something which is completely oblivion. And sometimes we always tell people, don't be silly, don't feel like that. Come on, it's not like that. Do this. They are about to jump off from a building. They are about to go and jump into a river because they are reaching out to you. So those who are listening in our social media, who are connected to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, website, and any other medium, please try to help or listen to people. Don't judge them simply because mental illness, mental health is completely different. You cannot see the wound. It is within and inside. So it's very important that we actually recognize and reach out. So fantastic. I love this panel. I mean, shortly we'll be going to another eminent personality from India, which Amrita will be inviting. Amrita, you had a comment as well. So over to Vaishali and Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yeah, that's a very important facet, in fact, in terms when we talk about mental health. And in today's time, when the social media has increased so much and the communication, not from the physical body, but the mental body has increased tremendously, it has really affected people drastically. And it has made people very oversensitive in regards to their emotions, feelings, expression of their ideas, thoughts. And that has also increased up and sparked up the fire for the need to talk about mental health. And it is not just about one aspect of mental health, but in different age groups we see there are different kind of clinical issues as well as mental issues that in today's time children of different age groups right from the time of birth are facing. And there have been a lot of research and studies of uh, the preterm, the prenatal, the postnatal studies of the mental behavior of the mothers at the time of their pregnancies, on their effect of the children and their birth, and the kind of environment and quality of life they have been spending. Because mental health is a human right, and we must realize its real importance. And it's very important to use this human right and live with this, because this will harness and affect the quality of life of an individual. It will also affect your decision making. It will affect the environment, your internal and external environment in which you are living and harnessing yourself. So in one way, your word can be as colorful as the rainbow, and the other second it can be like dark thunders, which has got no expectations and no positive thoughts to live in the life in future. So there are so many aspects of the same mind that can be so bland and tasteless, and sometimes can be so spicy and yummy, that it's very important to blend those colors in the life through mental health. And we'll be talking about various tips from the experts who will be bringing up various facets from clinical and non-clinical studies about what can be done and what are the issues. And over and above all those viewers who are listening to us, you all are also open to put up your questions on all our social medias, whether on Facebook, on Instagram, on our YouTube, on our website, www.healingourEarth.com, and we will be ready to answer you anytime.
Thank you. I think,
Vaishali, yes.
Sorry,
yes.
What I was going to say is that, I've been a fan of and a champion of trying to find people to build the confidence to talk about their journey. And that's the real change that we see, is once somebody's given that support to be able to talk about their journey and not to feel shame and feel guilty. It's a period in their life that the circumstances for their route, whatever they were going through, they have met this challenge of, doing something, whether it's taking a drug or whether it's looking at their mental health has suffered. So it's important that for people to talk about it, as I mentioned, creating conversations. Secondly, in our household, we spend a lot of time with our loved ones. So you can, having open conversations, you will see if there's changes that are happening, the patterns of that in your individual, sees they're doing something differently. Let's talk to the individual. How many of us, we talk to our loved ones or family members or even friends, pick up the phone. If you've not seen somebody for a while, pick up the phone and connect with them. That's having conversations. And I think I will not stop emphasizing that. And I think, the ambassadors program, we'll hear from Keval, who'll talk about a youth perspective on that, but also, having this Vishal, who's another amazing, high-flying entrepreneur, but also you'll hear his story, and Siani, a young dynamic woman who you're going to learn about what she's done to overcome that. So we need to get people talking, and really importantly, as you said, Amritaji and Vishalji, get people putting questions on the YouTube, on the channel, on the WhatsApp groups that have been created, so we can then help them achieve what they would like to find out today.
Yes, Kirit, very true, very true. And Amrita, whatever you said just now, few points that you mentioned, social media, external environment, internal health, prenatal and postnatal. Oh, wow, all these topics, we have to discuss everything because these conditions are genetically passed on to the baby in the womb. So all these thought patterns, neurons, and how it fire together. I'm so excited for this episode. And yeah, over to you, Amrita. What do you want to bring to our about next guest today?
Yes, Vaishali, thank you so much. And yes, we are pretty excited to move from London to move to India, where we have our expert and guest with us, Professor Varun Dutt. Professor Varun Dutt is an associate professor in the School of Computing and Electrical Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, which is in Himachal Pradesh in India. He is currently the Dean of Resource Generation and Alumni Relations at IIT Mandi. In the past, he has chaired the ICSHMA Center, which has put an edge over the Indian Institute of Technology, the Indian Knowledge System and Mental Health Application Center at IIT. And Professor Dutt has finished his PhD in postdoc education from US. He's a senior member of IEEE and principal investigator at Applied Cognitive Sciences Lab. He's currently serving as an academic editor of PLOS Computation Biology Journal, associate editor of Frontiers in Cognitive Science Journal, a review editor of Frontiers in Decision Neuroscience Journal, and member of editorial boards of International Journal on Cyber Situation Awareness and Journal of Dynamic Decision Making. Wow, what a laurels. Well, let's welcome Professor Varun Dutt. A global namaste to you and a warm welcome.
Thank you, Amrita ji. Namaskar. And I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well. Before Professor that you tell us about what you are going to present and talk about your expertise, please let our viewers know about the ICSHMA Center, what kind of center it is and what an initiative taken up by our director, sir, at ICSHMA Center. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I like to thank the organizers here for inviting me to this event, and Vaishali ji as well as Amrita ji. I have prepared a few slides if I can share and show. I think
yes,
pictures
please.
might, so I'm just going to share my screen. I think it should do it now.
Yes.
Do you see my desktop?
Yes, yes.
Okay, just let me minimize some windows here. Yes, so I think here. Yeah. So here we have mental health. I'm going to talk about briefly about mental health, which is the topic of today. I'm going to talk to you about mental health from the Indian knowledge system, which is the traditional knowledge system coming from the Indian scriptures, particularly Sankhya, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga, as well as from modern scientific community, which is cognitive science. My name is Varun Dutt, as ma'am has already introduced. I'm also here with Professor Arnab Bhavsar, who is the current chair of the ICSMA Center. ICSMA stands for Indian Knowledge System Mental Health Applications. This is a new center at IIT Mandi, formed about 2 years back under the honorable guidance of our honorable director, Professor Lakshmita Behera. So moving ahead, we have a lab in ICSMA Center, which we call the ACS lab, Applied Cognitive Science Lab. Here we do research on brain behavior and computation. So just to get things rolling, I'm just going to, I think the slide moved. So so here you can see that mental health is a big issue these days. I heard the prior speakers speak about it and how to cope with mental health issues. Problem is very, pressing. Almost 970 million people around the world, they have some odd mental disorder. They suffer from issues like anxiety. 2019, this was just before COVID, 280 million people. There was a survey from this body, and they said 280 million, they have depression. Almost 23 million children and adolescents are involved. And then one of you mentioned about suicide. So suicide was also prevalent as per the WHO report, which came out in 2022. So how do we tackle these problems, specifically mental health issues? And one way is to go back to our traditional knowledge. There is a lot of knowledge built into Ayurveda, into yoga. And these knowledge system may provide certain interventions which can allow us to cope with stress, depression, and some of these constructs. There is also now research in the modern world, particularly modern science, related to interventions coming from virtual reality. Now we have the world of ChatGPT, large language models, also electric stimulation to the scalp, a small amount of electric current. These can also be used for providing, cognitive wellness in general. So I'm going to show you a few glimpses of things which we are doing at ICSMA Center. Of course, this is tip of the iceberg. There are more things which are buried in these research themes. We have this Indian Knowledge System Center, which is, fortunately supported from the Indian government, Ministry of Ayush, All India Council for Technical Education, and also by the Central Council for Research in Ayurveda. Some of the themes include using Indian performing arts, particularly say raga of different types, rag bhairavi, rag darbari. So here you can actually see two ladies perform a rag, but this is actually being done in a 360-degree immersive video. And this actually, we showed that people who actually passively listen to this rag have improvements in their mental health parameters, including physiological parameters like heart rate variability. So they feel calmer after performing, after listening to such kind of traditional music. Also, we have been fortunate to have experts come to our campus in IIT in the Himalayan mountains and perform Odissi dancing. So here's a professional dancer, and she took a class, and we actually did some pre-post measurements of students who actually participated in this Odissi dance intervention, classroom teaching, including a lot of hands-on dancing. And we found that this also has an effect of, stressing you based on the dance, but overall, subjectively, people feel better. There are also interventions on mantra chanting, and particularly here, people are chanting in a group setting, in a Himalayan mountain setting. You can see the hills around, mantra, which is Maha Mantra chanting. And of course, this can be done for other types of mantras which come from the traditional knowledge system. There is also research on using pranayama, particularly swara, which is the effect of the dominance of left and right nostrils, which have been associated with the Ida and Pingla nadis, which is traditional from the traditional knowledge buried in yoga and pranayama, where we change our nasal dominance, but by actually having a certain dominance, we can actually improve our cognitive performance or physical abilities. There have also been some interventions on developing devices for lifestyle disorders. For example, diabetes. So here is an example. I'll be showing you more on how we can diagnose diabetes, particularly sugar levels, using non-invasive techniques, which are built on breath-based measurement. So if we can actually fill a balloon and then this happy birthday balloon is deflated on a device, so you can avoid prick test, which is the traditional test for measuring your blood sugar. We have also done some interesting measurements on how the brain patterns and the heart rate patterns differ between people who are practitioners of meditation, who've been doing meditation and yoga for the last 15 plus years, and how does that compare to novices, like students who may have just started out on this endeavor. And there are actually some changes, not only in the initial measurement, but if you put the two groups into a meditative practice, here I think the meditation tried was Zen meditation, which comes from Japan. Here we find that the yogis who have actually been meditating gain much more, of course, much less than the people who actually are novices. So because they are already reached a stage where improvements may not be as significant compared to the novices who actually show larger improvements. There's another interesting project. We are looking with the local council for, we have this Regional Ayurvedic Research Institute. We're looking at how we can improve fertility among women using Ayurvedic medication, and how does that compare with the modern medicine allopathic medication. And this is a randomized controlled longitudinal study which has been happening for the last 4 months, and we found that Ayurvedic medication has some benefits in improving the conception rates among women. Also, we have research on mind wandering and meditation. As you can see, we often during the daytime mind wander. We start daydreaming. We start thinking about things which matter to us or which worry us. So what happens when do we mind wander more? And can this mind wandering, which is the creative part of our cognitive system, can actually be modulated based on interventions? We've also got some researchers from biology and chemistry who are interested in looking at consciousness among plants, which are primitive beings, living things, but they also have extensive amounts of I would not say neuro, but physiological changes which happen as a result of things like exposure to certain kinds of stimuli, as well as different types of interventions. There's another interesting project on tridoshas, which is where we can actually map the Western modern science with respect to the Indian science. So Ayurveda quantifies a body. Of course, we can say our genetic makeup into this Vata, Pitta, and Kapha doshas. And how does this connect with our Western measures or modern measures of personality like Big Five, risk-taking, IQ, EQ? So here we're trying to use machine learning to see if we can map, if we can give a model our Western or modern measures like personality, risk-taking, and we can predict person's prakriti, Ayurvedic prakriti. So these are some of the examples. I'm going to move ahead and show you a few examples of how studies pan out. So you can actually, so I'm going to just play this video, and I think it may play. So just to tell you, so these three people are actually chanting Maha Mantra, and they're sitting in this garden here in among the hills, and they are deep down into meditation. So we created a 360-degree video out of this chanting. So you can actually not only experience the mantra, but you can also experience the surrounds around, and you can also be part of this as a passive listener. So to one group, we gave this as an intervention over a number of sessions, and to another group, we did not. And you can actually see in the graph on the right, I'm not going to go into more details, but what it's showing is that temporal lobes so I are basically the conditions where the intervention was given, and C is the control group. And you can actually see that the temporal activity, that is where the memory activity, our memories reside in the temporal lobes, and in the frontal area, which basically is the alpha, which is showing calming effect as a result of this meditation. And this does not happen as much in the control group. So definitely the intervention brings cognitive wellness, you can say alert calmness among the people. This is actually the effect of Odissi dancing, and here the student has looked into heart rate variability measures. LF basically means low frequency component, which is associated with stress, and high frequency component, which is generally associated with parasympathetic activity, rest and digest response. So generally we found that just after the Odissi dance, people are in a stress mode, but we also collected subjective measures and some of the other physiological measures which show that people do feel calmer and less stressed, particularly less depressed, anxious and stressed after the intervention compared to one before. We've also done some research in VR. Of course, this is not necessarily meditation, but this is training in VR. So this was a project where we are using virtual reality to train soldiers. You can actually see this person holding a gun and trying to search and shoot. This is the kind of activity which soldiers do on the frontier areas. So this person is doing this, but what he's seeing inside his headset is something like this. So you can see that the person is actually moving in a built-up environment, and the idea is to search for hostile targets and engage and try to overcome them. And I'm just going to give you a flavor of this so you can see that there was a target. So what do we do with these things? So basically idea is that VR allows you to train people. So there's another intervention which allows us to improve people's decision-making abilities. There's another intervention which is TES. So you can see this lady sitting, and we're giving a very small amount of 1 milliamps of current on her scalp. This is typically in the frontal area. This therapy is called transcranial electrical stimulation. Here it's the DC form, so we call it transcranial direct current stimulation. And this TDCS therapy is effective in the sense that we found that people's ability to multitask, typically, if you're doing multiple things, you're writing an email, you're doing something else, the ability to multitask is improved after a therapy of about 7 sessions, where each session lasts for about 10 minutes of therapy, compared to controls, which either did not get the therapy or got 1 milliamps of therapy. So we've also looked at it neurally, and we find that if we plot these connectivity maps, particularly where the activity in the brain is happening, we find that in the 10th day, there are changes, and the activity actually typically resides in the frontal part of the cortex compared to other areas of the brain. And this is quite pronounced, which tends to explain why we are able to multitask because of the stimulation in the frontal cortex compared to controls. Also, another interesting thing is that here we found that the reaction time also improves, so people make faster decisions. So this is novel in the sense that we have been able to use it for specifically for healthy population, here the defense population, soldiers, to improve their decision making, because they need to make very snap decisions in very short amounts of time. Okay, so there's more different types of interventions. We are talking about a world where we live in ChatGPT world. And the idea is, so there's a UK-based company, Obot, and they make these low-cost robots. One of them is the Obot itself, and one is the Pico. So you will see an interaction here. I'll just play this video. So basically what's happening in this video is there is a student and this robot has been trained on English material of class 3 and 4. And basically the student is asking questions on a poem about trains. And this is coming from the board, Central Board of Secondary Education. And rather than, do the reading comprehension the traditional way, the students interact with the robot, and then this becomes an interactive experience where the robot also gives you a smile, a frown, turns around, looks a little cute, but at the same time allows students to learn about the poem in different ways. So two aspects here. One is, of course, programming this robot. So here we have a large language model, typically a GPT model, the chat GPT behind. So the robot can be asked different questions. And what we do is the chat GPT response is converted into speech, which you heard. So here we are using this intervention among school students in improving their knowledge, particularly English learning skills, as well as moral retention. So in some of the examples, we have actually taken stories from the Indian knowledge system, and these stories are typically where there is a moral behind. Like, for example, one story is from the Mahabharata epic on Ranti Deva. So this king is one which has a very popular king, and there is a famine in the kingdom. And then because of the famine, he starts giving food out. And when the god comes in the end, he gives whatever he has in his house, the last plate of food. He also gives that. So God is impressed, and then he bestows, he brings the kingdom back to. And this was a test for Ranti Deva and to see how giving the king is. So it teaches the moral of giving in general, which is a very noble idea. And this we are able to do it with the robot. So how do we objectivize this research? So we've also, when students interact, we take this thermal image of the face and the upper body. This actually, you can see this yellow glow. This is, we are hot bodies, right? We are warm. So the IR signature typically shows certain warm areas. So the area is thermography, and what we do is we tend to look at the temperatures on the forehead, cheeks, and nose. And what we found is that by interacting with the robot, the temperatures actually tend to go down, which shows calmness and engagement among participants. So objectively, the robotic interaction is, and this is much more than the traditional methods using textbooks, where students typically read the story and then respond. So interaction, this modern form of interaction, again causes cognitive wellness. There's another interesting intervention I initially talked to you about. We have developed this device. It's also patent has been filed. So here we are basically trying to replace. We're putting it as a pre-diagnostic device for diabetes, which is a lifestyle disorder. Many people in Himachal, where we are, they live in villages. They may be having diabetes, but they don't even realize it. They don't even go to the doctor, get a prick test done, because the hospital is far away. So how can we help? So we actually give them these balloons. People fill these balloons thinking that it's a happy birthday balloon or a fun thing to do. And then what we do, we deflate this balloon in a cup, which we have a bunch of sensors, particularly for volatile organic compounds, VOCs, which are in the breath. And there are certain biomarkers of diabetes in the breath, one being acetone, a ketone, and a set of other ketones. So sensing that, we are able to tell the sugar level in your breath. At least we are able to say whether you have more than 140 ml per deciliter, or between 140 and 200, more than 200, or in the normal range less than 140. There's another intervention where we have developed a device which is a smart box for low temperature transport of vaccines and blood. Typically in India right now, these boxes are being used for transporting vaccines and blood, but we do not take into account the temperature required for such kind of transport, because these are temperature critical medicines. They need low temperatures. So this smart box displays the temperature prevailing and humidity prevailing inside this box, but it also sends this to the driver in case temperature is about to breach, and then there is an AI algorithm which tries to predict the temperature in the next 30 minutes so that the driver of the transport gets to know how much time he or she has before the drugs, the vaccine or the blood goes bad. So I'm not going to go into detail. My team has assembled some nice results, but these are the results of the diabetic device, this device which we built. And as you can see that it actually has a very good response rate, particularly in a 3-class problem where we have people who are diabetic, non-diabetic, which is 140 ml per deciliter or low, pre-diabetic and between 140 and 200, and above 200 or 200 or more than 200, it actually produces almost close to 100% accuracy, which is much more than a prick test would give you. So the device has been really, we're trying to go towards commercializing this device, hoping that it reaches the society and allows people not to, don't need to do those prick tests anymore. You can tell about your sugar levels from your breath. So I would like to conclude by saying that what I showed you right now is tip of the iceberg, but ideas from modern science technology where we bring interventions for cognitive wellness. I also showed you some interesting interventions from Indian performing arts, which are not only the dance, music, but also from the literature on mantras and how it can create calmness among us, improvement in heart rate variability, desirable outcomes, make us calmer, make us less stressed, less depressed. We also have shown scientific rigor in our analysis. So it's not just about chanting mantras or dancing or music, listening to music. We have done these measurements, particularly of heart, biosignals from the heart, biosignals from the brain. And then based on that, we have assessed people's improvements in a more objective manner. One last thing is we are always looking for collaborations and connections. Of course, funding and interest is all desirable. So if there are interest and connections possible, we definitely like to hear from all of you and seek your feedback. I'm just going to end this by showing you a few pictures of some of the classes and the course and teaching we also do in ICSHMA Center here. So you can actually see some of the students, and there have been teachers from different areas, like from Sanskrit, from philosophy, Indian philosophy. This is Professor Hameroff from University of Arizona. He has the Ock-Hart theory with Sir Roger Penrose. So he's given a course, and we also have others like our Vishwas Pathakji, who teaches Yoga Sutras. So we also do academic teaching at ICSHMA Center to give knowledge not only about our scriptures, but also from the modern science to make the world a better place. Thank you. So I will stop here and look forward for your questions.
What a wonderful presentation that was, isn't it, Vishali? That was really very beautiful, as well as it is so much informative in research and technology, and how the connection of ancient traditional medicine and the facets that has come up from the ancient knowledge system has been covered in connection to today's time research and technology. This is really wonderful, Professor Varun. That's really nice. Vishali, your comments before I say something. Over to you. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, whatever knowledge, what a wonderful research that you, Varunji, and your whole team, and the way you are, you presented. First of all, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And each and every points that you mentioned I being from a makeup and music and background, I instantly connected with the music therapy you said. I would say music therapy. And raga you mentioned, Darbari and Bhairavi, which could be some kind of a recitation or listening, may help to combat through some fearful thoughts or depression, anxiety. So, first of all, before I go ahead, um, I would like to know that these kind of chanting, also mantra chanting was one of my, it's something that I would like to ask you questions. So, is it something that it does it improve, or do we get more result if we include some kind of a binaural beats in with it, or does this therapy include certain kind of sound waves as well along with the mantras or along with the um, ragas? That is one question. And secondly, very connected to that, which I would like to quickly mention, so, and any particular instrument would you recommend with these kind of ragas? Over to you, Varunji.
A very nice, very complex question, Vaishali ji. Let me try to tease them apart. So regarding the interventions, we haven't tried binaural beats. I think the idea is that you give different tones across the two sides, left and right ear, and you hear some beats because of the interference created between the things. We haven't tried this intervention, but I know of literature where some of the people have tried this and they have had effects. That not only connects to Indian knowledge system, it can be in general, two different frequencies very close to each other create binaural beats. Now, coming back to the Indian knowledge system, see, we have, I said, tip of the iceberg. There is a lot of things to do. We know about Rag Bhairavi and Rag Darbari. We have published this empirically, and we found that there are effects, improvement effects, but there are so many other ragas we know very little about. I would say we need to do more research. I'm an academic. I would like to say that yes, ragas have an effect, but we need to test it out before recommending it. But yeah, two ragas definitely seem to have an effect, and mostly the people we took in our studies. Of course, we have some mostly all adults, but a majority of them may be college students. So we have tried it with elderly population as well, but more control group studies, including age appropriate studies, like taking it middle age, younger age. They may also be recommended to see are the effects different for different ages or are they similar. And regarding your question, I think you also asked me was on dance, was it? Yeah. So on the dance part, yeah. On the dance part, again, I would say we tried it with Odissi dancing. I know there are different flavors of dancing. Mostly all dances have mudras, these hand gestures. And Bharatnatyam and many of the, dances have certain mudras, which are actually the key. Again, the dance teacher told us that it's one very small sample you're doing. I'm teaching them a set of mudras. But, how do these mudras have differential effects? This needs to be quantified more precisely, and different types of dances. Now, in the world of music, there's so much complexity. Music itself, we actually have started recently, just now the admissions are on, a master's MTech research program in music and musopathy. This is just the first of its kind in an IIT in India, and probably the first of its kind in the world. We are very fortunate to have Ravi Kiran ji, who is a known Chitraveena player. You talked about instrument, so he plays the Chitraveena, which is this instrument. He's a maestro, ustad, and he has also connected us with some of the other legendary, people in the music world. But what he says is that, again, music has so many variables, the tempo and, there are so many variables. So he says If you're giving a homeopathy on music, which is musopathy, even the person who's playing it matters. It's not just if I play it, it is different from when somebody else, and it may be different for different instruments. So there is so many things to do. There's an opportunity, but at the same time, we should be careful that if something doesn't come out as useful, we should put it out as cut and dry. So this is where we are. But for the Odissi dancing, you can check the paper, the type of dancing, we've quantified it, and the music we told about. So there we are confident because we've done the research. So this is my quick and dirty answer, but thank you for asking all these nice questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Varunji. It was really informative, because one more thing that you mentioned about nature and the tree, how nature therapy, how nature heals itself. So my further question would be next, but before we go ahead, I would like to take Amrita's comment on that, and then we can move ahead. Thank you very much. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Vaishali. There are a lot of questions, I think, Dr. Varun, which are going to come up, and but there's so much to work and so much to say about all those things. But I would say it's a beautiful initiative that ICSHMA Center at IIT has taken up, and loads of things has to be done. And the areas are open for research. They are open for collaborations, for fundraising projects, and there is sky is the limit for that. And I'd also like to congratulate you from the whole family and team of Healing Our Earth, and especially from our director and Neil Kumar, for you coming over here and sharing with us all your knowledge as well as the research. So keep working on, and our best wishes to you. Please stay around as we move now to our next guest from India, Rotarian Lal Goel. Thank you so much for joining us. Global Namaste to you, Rotarian Lal Goel ji.
Global Namaste, Anita ji. Amrita ji, sorry.
Rotarian Lal Goel is the founder and charter president of Rotary Club Organ Donation International. He is also a chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And he is our regular contributor and also our resident producer of all the episodes at Healing Our Earth. A very warm welcome to you. And today's topic is on mental health awareness. So over to you from your guests and experts who will be sharing light on this topic with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Amrita. And I must give thanks to producer, director, Neil Kumar ji, who is doing this thing tirelessly and regularly every Sunday. And this program, which has been telecast around the world with more than 26 countries. It's a very big step from his side and the entire team. And today, as Amrita has already mentioned, the topic is for mental health awareness. Heal your mind. Healing your mind is a journey of self-care and self-discovery. It involves recognizing and addressing your emotional wounds, practicing mindfulness to quit the noise within, and embracing positivity to nurture a healthy mental state. Through therapy, meditation, and surrounding yourself with supportive relationships, you can cultivate resilience and inner peace. Remember, healing takes time and patience, but every step you take towards understanding and caring for your mind is a step towards a brighter, more fulfilling life. So today's topic, as mentioned, heal your mind. We have very prominent, eminent, and those who are authority. My first guest, and I would like to introduce to him, he is Dr. Naveen Gupta. Dr. Naveen Gupta is the director of Hindustan Institute of Management and Computer Studies, Sharda Group of Institutions, Mathura. Dr. Naveen Gupta is a leading behavioral scientist, trainer, management consultant, and therapist. He studied at the IIT Roorkee and has 35 years of academic experience in teaching and research. He has visited several countries like the USA, China, Hong Kong, Dubai, Oman, Sharjah, Nepal, Macau, Sri Lanka, etc. for training and academic assignments. He has worked as a top academic and administrative leader, including as director of several business schools and as a director general with Advent Institute of Management, Udaipur, Rajasthan. He is also a founder of Soldiers of Society SOS in Agra and Mathura for making a difference in the life and livelihood of the auto workers and other poor sections and enhancing the experiences and memories of the national and international tourists to the city of Taj. Welcome, Dr. Naveen Gupta, on our show.
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Dr. Naveen Gupta, as you are giving the programs with me earlier many times, and I know the way you are working with so much big responsibility of your institute, but you are also doing so much social work because you believe that the behavior of a small person, a behavior of a auto driver or taxi driver or a guide, if we will change them, then the tourism the experience of a tourist who is coming to the city of Taj or to Mathura, the city of Lord Krishna, can be enhanced. The experience can be enhanced, which is still lacking, as you know very well. Now, we would like to know your views on today's topic, Heal Your Mind. Dr. Naveen Gupta, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goel, and all panelists and all the viewers also for giving me this opportunity. And the topic is so relevant. I'm glad when you called me that we want to have this program on mental health awareness. Because as a psychologist, I personally feel mental health issues is just like a pandemic. I wish all these spiritual healers, maybe from different areas, all the motivational speakers, psychologists, and psychiatrists even, they all need to join hands together because this is a pandemic, very silent pandemic. I see in my professional experience, I personally feel, though I don't want to label to anyone, but every third person, I feel personally that he is having some neurotic tendencies. Now, the question arises, if we don't create the awareness, because what happened, WHO also say that health is not only a state of physical, is not only the absence of disease, but it is a state of physical, mental, and social well-being. But over a period of time, we have given more emphasis, more focus on the physical health. And we have totally ignored mental health. And it has become a stigma. We don't talk about the mental health at all, especially if I'm talking about the countries like India. It's still a stigma. In America or in other developed countries, they speak very openly. Yes, we have this problem. So there are professionals available, they approach. Even if they come to me as a professional, healthcare professional, they have a lot of excuses. They will not share the whole history also. Now the question arises, what to do? It has become a very pandemic. We need to really, just like a war, we have to create awareness. It can be through, I have suggested to the Punjab government also, why don't you start, like they say, Udta Punjab, you must have seen the movie, this is in Hindi, Udta Punjab. Now what can be done? If somebody is in a drug addiction, so yes, it needs holistic, rigorous approach. But before that, what can be done? If the cases are at the borderline, so what can be done for them? So why don't you create Mohalla health awareness program like this? I have started on the day of, coincidentally, it was my birthday also on 10th October, that is known as a mental health day. So I have started Save My Friend. Save My Friend. So enough now we are talk about save tiger, save elephant, save trees, but save my friend. If you find your friend is in trouble, maybe your friend, maybe your brother, sister, mother, anybody else, if you just identify the symptoms, psychological disorder symptoms, please help him to approach some mental health professionals. Now, as you said, what can be done? We need to create awareness for the layman. If we categorize as a layman all the mental health issues, we can have two types of the mental health issues in broader criteria, classification, psychotic and neurotic. The psychotic, they don't have the contact with the reality. Heredity may be responsible, some biological factors may be responsible. So it is a severe mental health issues like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, like that. Fine, we can't do much about them. They need really hospitalization also, they need psychiatric medicines also. But there are number of neurotic cases. The base of the neurotic cases, it is a mild mental health disorder. If it is not given proper care, then it can be converted into the psychotic. And especially in a country like India, we just ignore. If we are having some problem, we just say, oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. There is a song, very good song. तुम जो इतना मुस्कुरा रहे हो, क्या गम है जो छुपा रहे हो? Why you are so smiling? There might be something going inside you. So if we are able to identify the symptoms of a person, so we need to create awareness at every level. At every level. So neurotic cases, if they are given proper intervention at the proper time, so they can be handled very, very quickly. Now, I will only talk about the neurotic problems. Psychotic, like schizophrenia, we can't do much. His heredity may be also responsible, some biological factors. So they don't have insight. If there's no insight in the patient, no psychotherapy or CBT will work. Yet in neurotic cases, CBT can be very, very helpful. So many other therapies can be very, very helpful. So I will just talk about the neurotic problems. What can be done in neurotic problem? Because the genesis of the all neurotic problems is stress or anxiety. We will talk about how to develop the resistance regarding the stress. Okay? Stress is just like a rubber band. If the quality of the rubber is good, you can give a lot of stress. There will be nothing, it will not break. But if the quality of the rubber is not good, it will break. Means it all depends on your emotional resistance. Stress, how much resistance you can handle. So resistance develop karna, this is very, very important for a person. I will go through quickly because Lal Sahab has not given much time to me. So I will just simply say what to do to keep your mental health better and better. One thing very, very fundamental, which I feel so many times, we need our all-round development change at the 360-degree level in our lifestyle. But this is not in our hand now because we have missed the bus. But still what can be done? So I keep on saying, just increase the dose of your dose hormones. Check the dose of your dose hormones. So there are dose means D stand for dopamine, which is very, very important for the mental health. Now, dopamine is known as the hormones of activeness and alertness. And there are, yes, of course, artificial way are also available. It is just like if you have the lack of the vitamin D, either you go for the tablet or go for the sun bath. It is up to you. This is free available, naturally available. But we are in a society, we are in an economy of marketing of economic marketing. So we believe more on drugs or medicines. If you want to enhance the dopamine, there are very simple tips. Just keep a positive attitude. But how to keep a positive attitude? It is again an art, not a science. We need to learn how to learn even the positive literature. What we see surrounding nearby us, we keep on listening all the time. If we are too much associated with the media, there is a good role of the media also, but a lot of negative news all the time. and that affects my neuro-linguistic psychology. So please have a company of the good people, positive literature. Scientifically, it has been proved by these psychologists. 68% it really helps. The more you read the kind of the positive thing, then laugh loudly. Now, even the yoga teachers, they also teach laugh loudly, but that is a very artificial way. Still, it works. It works psychologically, but if we can, because we have forgotten to laugh. Listen to music you like. I was just listening the program on music before this program, so I just joined that program also. To listen the music you like, do something creative. Most of the time we are only in the blind race. We are just following. We are doing nothing creative, and that is the one very important reason why the society is going down and down. Our 90% our decisions are taken by the society. The kind of clothes I must wear, the kind of wedding ceremony I must celebrate, the kind of car, kind of mobile. We are not the original one. If we are the not original one, it will of course affect my mental health. We need to be creative. We need to think differently what the others are. So then eat proteins like almonds. Banana is a wonderful, wonderful antidepressant. Then green vegetables, milk and curd. These are the very simple. And we all know nothing new, but we don't practice. We don't practice all these things. So if we practice all these things, I think you can enhance the level of your dopamine. Then next is oxytocin. The oxytocin is known as the hormone of the love. How we can enhance? Just keep a company of the people you love. We don't want a lot of networking because we teach very wrongly. We need networking. We need only few people. The COVID has also taught us. I will also use here in Hindi. I used to say during the COVID, just char admi talaso or taraso. Just identify 4 people and invest time on them. We don't want large gathering in the marriage ceremony and everything else. Only you need good people with you. Then laugh together. Again, hug your friends. Now, because during the COVID, it was really very alarming. But if you believe in the hug therapy, hug your friends, parents, partner, children, and pets. Pets, you must have heard, all of us. Germany, cow cuddling is a very, very popular technique that can improve your blood pressure problem, heart problem, and it will help you to maintain your better mental health. So cow cuddling, they spend a lot of money in Germany, in European countries. Massage yourself, very simple, very simple. Do something adventure which can help to develop your can-do attitude. Appreciate your spouse, near and dear one, because as William James, a psychologist, used to say, that the deepest desire of a person is to be appreciated, irrespective of any age or sex or gender. If you appreciate, but genuinely appreciation, not psychophancy, that it will really help someone and it will help you also. So oxytocin, simple technique which we can use, very simple. If we don't do that, all these things, of course, medicines are available to maintain your mental health. Serotonin. The serotonin is known as the hormones of happiness. How we can enhance? Spend some time in sunlight. Now we can see a very artificial environment surrounding us. Even the architect, they suggest a building, closed room. You go to the hotels. Believe me, people like me cannot stay for more than 2 days. No sunlight, doors are closed. So the more time we have in sunlight, perhaps it will help us to enhance my serotonin level. Walk briskly and do regular exercise. Very simple, very simple. But we don't do all these things. Eat dry fruits and food rich in vitamin D, B, calcium, and magnesium. and reduce the level of sugar. That is very, very important. Very, very important. Then we can take last dose, that is the endorphins. Endorphins is known as the hormones of relieving pain. How we can do? Again, walk briskly and do regular exercise, stay in a clean and fresh air, helping others when yeah, I can understand, I can see you. So I'll just cut short. Help others, laugh a lot, spend time with the friends. When Mr. Goel was talking that I'm too much into social activities, so this is my selfish behavior just to maintain my own mental health. Thank you very much, Goel sir. I'll join you later. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. And yes, everyone has to be selfish. But I feel that the way people say I, me, and myself, this is a very important phrase. Everyone should understand. If you think about yourself, definitely your mental health will also be perfect. And if you are doing some social work, you can engage in social work. You will get the pursuit of happiness which you are going to get. It will definitely enhance the happiness and your mental health. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. We will come back to you. But I would like to now go, and sorry, I have to cut short because the time has been allotted very less to me, but because of my prior commitments. Anyway, thank you very much. Now, I would like to introduce you to my next guest, and she is Dr. Shweta Sharma. She is a licensed clinical psychologist with the Rehabilitation Council of India and has 13 years of experience in the mental health field as a clinician, trainer, and criminal psychologist. She has provided psychological support to patients from a variety of hospitals, government and non-government organizations, and corporate clients. Her expertise in projective psychology, psychoanalysis, cognitive behavior therapy, material therapy, neuropsychological problems and assessment, personality assessment, obsessive compulsive disorder, depression, anxiety, personality disorders such as borderline personality, antisocial personality, childhood behavioral disorder, criminal behavior decoding, etc. She is a fellow member and General Secretary of the Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists, as well as a member of the Central Zone of the Indian Psychiatric Society for 4 years from 2018 to 2022. She served as the Somatic Inkblot Society's General Secretary and Assistant Editor. Her research on sexual abuse in childhood earned her the 2018 Best Paper Award of the Annual Conference of the Clinical Psychologists. In 2021, she was dubbed Best Clinical Psychologist in Delhi NCR by the Women's Conclave in India's 100 Inspiring Women of 2023. Fox Story India has also highlighted her. She is a resource specialist for the Central Detective Training Institute in Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. She was recently honored with an invitation to lead a workshop titled Mind Over Stress, Building Psychological Resilience for Indian Army Personnel by the esteemed Punch Brigade of the Indian Army. She launched an initiative called Mansa for mental health awareness. And sorry, I have to cut short of her profile because it's too long, the entire program will go. But she is really a person who is doing so much work on grassroots level, and that's why she is on this program. Welcome, Dr. Shweta Sharma. You have already heard Dr. Naveen Gupta. Now, definitely, we would like to know from you your views on Heal Your Mind in this program of mental health awareness. Dr. Shweta Sharma, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. A very good evening to all the participants. A special regard to Dr. Naveen Gupta, sir. So, sir has already covered major aspects about the mental health. So, the basic understanding what kind of disorders we are having. Now, coming to the topic, heal your mind. As sir already suggested techniques which you can use in daily life, I would like to highlight about the mindfulness. You need to understand all the techniques and you need to be mindful, because mindfulness is one thing which can help you to heal your mind on day to day basis without being majorly incited about that thing. A one task which you are doing, maybe you are not aware about it, but if you learn about how I can be mindful in this present situation. So, being mindful, a very simple example, as we simply say, mind your step, mind your action, mind your words. These are, simple phrases which we usually use, but we don't understand what is the use when it comes to the mind. So, when it comes to the mind, being mindful is giving you a meaning, being mindful about your present situation. Past is already over. Future is still yet to come. It will be decided whatever you are going to do into your present. So, usually, when we talk about depressive episode or depressive patient, they are mostly indulged in the thoughts which happened in the past. Why I did that, why this thing happened, why people were like that, mostly related to the past. That is giving you a depressive feelings. When you are more anxious about, more concerned about the future, always, what will happen? If I'm doing this, what is going to happen? So you are not focusing what you are doing right now, but you are focusing more about the future thing. But if you focus on the present and total focus with all your senses, with all your energy, with all your, that happiness, that all the hormones will be activated. And your present action will decide your future automatically. Maybe your past trauma will also get healed with your present action. So, which is not in your control? This is your past, and at the same time, your future. Your future can be directive but not control, because there are certain things which are unpredictable. There are certain things which are not planned. How much you planned, but God has different plan, or maybe other things have different plans. So you need to be aware. You need to be aware about your present action, present strategy, and present coping strategies. As sir was talking about that thing, how much resilience you can have, only then you can decide how much pressure or how much stress you can handle. We call it as a resilience power. So that resilience will give you more, more control over your current situation. So for very simply, if you want to ask me how I can apply this mindfulness in my daily life, so you may start from the very first activity in the morning, like brushing your teeth. So usually what we are doing right now, we do the brushing, and with that, we are checking phone, we are checking all the messages. Many times we are checking news, many times we are reading newspaper, or we are doing any other work with that thing, because brushing is a routine task, not very important. But if you focus on that brushing part, as we do with our children, how to do it, focus on that pressure, focus on that feel, that is mindfulness. Same goes to mindful eating. Whatever you are going to have, maybe you are drinking water, take sip by sip, feel it, feel the aroma, feel the taste. So all your senses will be activated, you will be in the present. And this you can apply in each and every activity you are doing in the day to day time. And this is a very simple thing. You may see many psychologists are, highlighting importance of mindfulness. There are many workshops are happening, and people usually, wonder about it, what it is, what is this concept. This concept is in your daily life, you just need to focus on it. The other thing I would like to suggest, to understand, that healing the mind is like, it's usually because it is a stigmatized topic in the India. So whenever we talk about mind, usually people say, no, I'm not mental, I don't have any issue. But there are many things which is, required on daily basis to heal your mind. Maybe you have something to share. Maybe there is something which is bothering you. If you don't find any friend, if you don't find any, you have friends, but you don't find that trust level with them, you may simply write, on the simple paper pen. We call it as a journal writing. This is also a very famous technique. In psychoanalysis, we usually say it as a free association. So simple journal writing, simply put all your thoughts on the paper. If you are not able to trust anyone, if you are bothering with many thoughts, take a paper or make a habit before going to sleep, before bed. Please make a habit. You will write all the thoughts whichever coming in your mind at that moment. I'm not asking to write your schedule. How was your day? What are the thoughts you are having at that moment that you need to write, that will help you for healing for your mind on daily basis. Other thing, one thing is very important, as we used to follow into, schools, college, we have our activity scheduling. We have, a complete schedule for the day. This is the time for your this period. This is the time for this period. This is not just to maintain that discipline. This is basically to maintain your mind activity. Your mind always need a proper programming. It works like a software. So if you are following activity scheduling, that is also very helpful when we talk about healing the mind. So activity scheduling, definitely you need to put a window which is for the some uncalled task or some emergencies, but still we can plan our day on day to day basis. That will also give you that a ease of work. There will be no much stress, there will be no much pressure on your mind, and you will be able to complete your task without any worry. You will get more productive result, you will be more goal directed with this technique. So, and the other point, as Sir mentioned, four people are important, invest them. I also support that. Yes, only four people are important. Quality people, quality interaction is more important rather than having quantity of people in the life. So that, social media stigma, social media thing, like I need to show everything, I need to put everything on the social media, whether I'm not having any real friend in the life, but I need to show it on the social media. So I personally call it is social media stigma, not only addiction, but it is becoming a kind of a stigma. You need to maintain your mind, you need to maintain your balance, and for that, that self confidence, that self trust is very much important. Confidence is a later stage. First, that self trust is required. Self trust is whatever you are doing. It may be a small task, it may be a big task, but if it is something which matters to you, it is something which is giving you that happiness, please acknowledge it. Please acknowledge it. A simple self read, if someone is not coming to appreciate you, that's okay. You may just revive how much I provided something, how much I am having that that feeling to complete something, how much I am having that feeling to contribute in the society, to contribute to the people around me. That is going to be give you that self treat, that will give you that self trust, and then self confidence will come later on when you will be able to handle your self trust in front of everyone. If you are right, if you think I'm right, please speak about it, be assertive about it. So assertiveness is also very important when it comes to break that social stigma. Only then you can follow, you will not get pressurized what people are saying, what people are gossiping about you, what people are commenting about you. It becomes more important you are able to connect with yourself. So these are some important techniques I would like to add, as I know the time limit is here. So with the simple tips, I think this will be helpful on day to day basis. Thank you so much having me once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shweta Sharma. And schedule your activities is a really good mantra. I must appreciate, because I also believe that one should schedule the activities in advance, and it is something which keep your mind engaged, and that is where you can have your health of your mind, because you can keep your mind healthy if you are systematic and not only mind your step, but you have to mind your activities. Very rightly said. Thank you very much, Dr. Shweta Sharma. Mr. Neil Kumar, if you have any question, or Vaishali, or anyone who wants to ask any question, or shall we take a leave?
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Gohel. What a wonderful two sessonists you have brought. Naveen, there is a question for you from South Africa, from Samantha.
Please.
She loved when you gave an example of a strong rubber can stretch longer than a weaker rubber. So what is the yardstick, she wants to know? When do you know that your rubber is about to break?
Yeah, there are certain psychological tests also. We call them psychometric tests. You can check your resilience also. Otherwise, you know better about yourself, right? If you are having the problem, what Sweta was talking, present, future, and the past. So you can draw three circles. right? You can draw a circle of the past if you have some regrets, if you have some uh, stressful trauma or anything else. And then you can draw a circle of the future also, which talks about the anxiety. If you have the anxiety of the future, and then think right now, mindfulness at the present, is your present is disturbed because of the there might be certain psychosomatic disorder. If you are having pain regularly or any part of your body, headache, stomach disorder, sleeping disorder, just try, you can have your own self diagnosis. And is there any problem with the past, which is again like Achilles heel, are disturbing you again and again, or it is because of the future, to self-diagnosis. Otherwise, there are certain psychological tests also one can. There is nothing wrong if approach any mental health professionals also. As far as concerned your question, it varies person to person. You must have seen number of people that have seen a lot of stresses like Kalam Sahab, poor childhood, poor background, education, everything, like Lal Bahadur Shastri, Indian leaders, they have very, very tough time, lot of stress. Even if we see we are under stress, perhaps our elders, ancestors, they have faced a lot of stresses, but still they have better resilience. So it depends. And up to a certain level, you require stress. What Mr. Goel said, though I don't believe what you were talking about, so we can take some more sessions, scheduling, structuring, and all that. Too much.
Thank you.
That
Thank
can
you,
also
Naveen. Thank you, Naveen. Samantha, I hope it helps you. What Naveen is saying, don't be scared to approach a mental health psychologist or a expert. Don't be worried about it. And to those who are listening to us on social media, if ever anybody reaches out to you, please listen to them because they might be at that breaking point. They are trying to reach out to you, so do not ignore them. Sweta, before we sign you off as well, what are some tips you use in your life so your mental happiness and stability is reasonably constant? Bearing in mind you are a woman who have also got other problems like hormonal imbalances and depending what stage of the life you are. Give us a 5 tips that you think should be good for mental health, happiness, and sukoon.
Okay, so for my sukoon, I already shared three of them. So activity scheduling is one thing which is also required to maintain that work-life balance in the life with the personal life, professional life. The other thing, definitely, I also use that ventilation process because that is much more important being a therapist. We are having so much on daily basis. We are having our personal things also. So that ventilation is always required, and I usually do it on the weekly basis, maybe with some close friend, maybe through writing, or maybe with sometimes, that sometimes that retrospection is very important. So sometimes just that self-talk, whatever happened and what could be done in the right manner. So that analysis, self-analysis is very helpful, which I usually provide to myself. The other thing coming on the like as sun rays are important, other things are important. So we as a therapist, there is again a taboo. Therapists can't do social gathering. Therapists can't have any other hobbies rather than work, but we do have hobbies. So I usually expend my uh, required time for my hobbies, which is like traveling, exploring new places, music, whatsoever which I like. So I definitely make sure I'll take some time out for fulfill my hobbies to keep my mind in proper healing power. The other thing, I'm also a pet lover. So I do have two Persian cats. I do have pet dogs also. So I'm a great pet lover, and I feel me as a therapist, they are my therapist. So I do appreciate, and there are many people who usually follow it, but I will not advise this to all of you because I know many people having phobia also. But people who are comfortable with pet, please go ahead, and if you don't have any pet, but at least try to spend some time with any animal. This will give you that meaning of unconditional love. So meaning of
you.
that unconditional love in your life, it is important.
Thank you, Sweta. Having pet also helps, she says. Dr. Lal Goyal, you are, of course, not just an organ donation lead, but you are almost a psychologist. You actually mentor so many people. And before I ask you a few tips, Vaishali, keep your questions ready. And shortly we'll be moving on to Vishal and our Midlands team, where we'll go another exciting level of youth in mental health awareness. Rotary Lal Goyal, what do you practice so that your mental state is calmer? Do you walk away? Do you get angry? How do you control your mental state in wisdom that you have accumulated by going in different countries and meeting so many people?
Very good question, Mr. Neil Kumar, you have asked. First thing is, as Shweta has mentioned about the scheduling, I believe that one should schedule the program mentally first. Then if you want to write or put it on the WhatsApp, that is a separate thing. But first you schedule it. And once you are scheduling, you know what activities you have to do every day. The morning to evening, you make your schedule. Number two, try to engage yourself with some social activity. Because what happens, you are doing business, you are doing service or whatsoever other things. But once you will be doing some social activity, which is a selfless act, that gives your mental happiness far more than you are doing your business or your service. So I believe two things. First thing is your scheduling, which is very, very important. And secondly, the social aspect. And thirdly, which you rightly says, traveling. Traveling is one can learn many things to keep yourself cool, because you are meeting different people. And I can see on the screen Rotarian Kirat Mistry here. I know that when I met him, I learned so much from him. And so these are the things which keep your mind cool. Only thing is, you have to be very positive. If you are positive in your life, you can do wonders. At this age of mine, I understand that if I will not keep myself mentally busy, I will be physically ill soon. So I always advise to everybody, do whatsoever you want to do. Keep your mind busy, so much busy that from morning to evening, good work, do positive work, think positive, and that is my mantra, to be keeping myself cool and to travel and meet you. And I'm sure I am going to meet soon to all of you in London in this coming week or the week next week.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nilal Goyal. Vaishali, a comment or Amrita before we move on to the next sector?
Yeah, I would first of all like to say thank you to Rotary Lal Bhai, Lal Goyal ji and Shweta Sharma ji, the way you explained about these things. But my first question and comment for Shweta ji, as a therapist, you said that you come across different types of people. They are in need. They want to be heard. They want to be listened, right? And as a therapist, you pointed out certain aspects like creativity. You said indulge yourself in some kind of creativity is the best stress buster. I'm also a makeup artist, so I know when I create something, I just forget my world. I feel like I'm totally in the present moment. My question to you is, how do you deal with these kind of various vibrations? Because when person comes in front of you, their vibrations are quite low, because we vibrate on certain frequency and our thoughts determine our vibrations. When our thoughts are negative, our vibrations are negative, and the energy field that creates that, the vibrations, it can not only affect them, but it can affect the people who are beside them, who are sitting next to them. So again, my question to you is, how do you cleanse your aura? How do you cleanse your mind on a daily basis? You gave us a lot of tips, and which would be amazing, which was absolutely amazing. But this is something that I want to know, because it is not easy on a daily basis, isn't it? To come across every people and still not being involved in their emotions, but rather than being involved, you are trying to help them, and your mind is in a present moment rather than getting emotionally involved in their problems. So how do you do that? Could you please give us the your
Yes, Vaishali, very right question and appropriate question, I must say. So, as you said, this vibes or this vibration matters. Similarly, like when they are coming to us, we work as a healer, we work as a guide, as a guiding light. We are therapists. We are not going to instruct them anything. So, we are having that positive mindset all of the time because at the time when we are on that seat, we are there with that, complete empathic approach to help them. So our vibes are also there, our motivation, our energy is also there. When this two matches, the session usually start with the ventilation process. So that ventilation usually helps them to release all the negativity, to having that trust, to have that rapport between two of us as a professional relationship. Now again, as I'm finishing one session and going to the another session, is this conversation is not going to affect me? No, it affects me, but it has another corner because I need to work on that case. But for the next client, for the next patient, I should have that again, that fresh energy. So whatever techniques I suggested, which I use, which Neil has asked, that was very appropriate. What I do on daily basis to maintain my resume, to maintain, my mental strength, this helped me a lot. And training experience that actually matters. When we also started in initial years, it became difficult, but with the time it becomes a practice, and it gives you that more happiness when you see that feedback, when you see that smile after the session, when you see that trust from their side. Yes, they have someone, because there are many moments they are not having someone. So that trust, that touch, that gives you that sense of fulfilling your life, that sense of having a ultimate goal of your life. It maintains all the things. This is my answer for your question.
Vaishali,
absolutely.
Vaishali, I would just like to add one thing. I was running a film academy, and Roshan Taneja, who was the acting guru, who was the first of Pune Institute, he was the one of our mentor who used to teach the students. And he taught one thing. He says switch on and switch off, because he says in acting, the actor goes in the character. And once he or she goes in the character, it's very difficult to switch over to another scene. Like what Shweta was saying, from one therapy session to another therapy. So if you master that switch on and switch off theory, that if you are laughing right now and the next scene is a crying scene, or you are crying and again the next scene is where you have to laugh, it is not easy. But yes, people are doing so. This is what I learned, that one has to be having a switch on and switch off thing, then one can keep mind cool. Thank you,
Very well
Vaishali.
said. Very well said, Rotarian Lalji. That switching on and switching off, and to become aware of your own thought process is the whole game, I guess. And it comes with the stability of mind. And when our mind is fully in the present moment, we are able to analyze our own thoughts. We are able to see what is going on inside, because nobody has seen mind, because mind is an activity. Wonderful insight by Rotarian Lalji. And let's see
Thank you,
our founder
Vaishali.
director Neil Kumarji. Over
Thank
to you.
you. Thank you, Vaishali. Rotary Lal Goyal, thank you very much. And
Thank
both
you.
of your panelists who shared beautiful moments over here, Naveen Gupta in Mumbai and Shweta in India as well. Wonderful. And Rotary Lal Goyal, we'll see you soon. Take care and have a lovely onward time.
Global Namaste. Thank you.
Global Namaste. Now, I think it's time to move on to our Midlands people again, Kirit. And let's have the young dynamic Vishal. Tell us more about Vishal. And then Vaishali, you and Amrita can chit chat with Vishal. And over to you, Kirit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and global namaste to everyone, and thank you to Vishal for joining us. And Vishal is, I've known Vishal for quite a few years, but it's quite ironic how we connected. Vishal, I went to the gym, and Vishal was a trainer, in one of the gyms here and that's how we connected about 10 years ago, I think it was. So it's good to see Vishal here, and he's from Leicester. So Vishal is an award-winning author of the book Master Your Own Wow, which is about discovering the real secrets of the rich. He has spoken to audiences in UK, Europe, North America, South America, Africa, and Asia, inspiring people to live the life of their dreams. His style is of speaking is engaging, high energy, and entertaining. As he speaks, you'll start to hear, you'll get the wow. And that's something that, and he also got some secret nuggets, which he will share. But, Vishal, not only as a speaker, but also entrepreneur, he's also will talk to us today about his journey of his own mental health challenge and how he's been resilient to overcome that, or how he's using various techniques to help him manage his well-being, mental well-being better. So Vishal, thank you very much for joining us, and to Healing Our Earth, they're excited to hear you. We were going to have Siani set. Unfortunately, she's not well, but she's another remarkable young person who I'll talk more about later, because she's not only gone through her own challenges, but she's written, directed, and performed a play, a theatre production on her story. So, and I'm sure we'll get Siani in a future episode. So, thank you again. Over to you, Vishal, and just tell us really a bit. Tell our Healing Our Earth family a bit more about you, and obviously your current work you do around the world.
Hello, I'm Vishal, award-winning author, international speaker, publisher, and entrepreneur. I'm very happy to be on here because mental health is a global topic that's becoming more and more spoken about. And they talk about the pandemic being COVID. I think the new pandemic that we're on is mental health. And I'm going to talk from a lived experience perspective because mental health is very close to my heart. I'm a 6-time severe mental health conqueror. In fact, it's almost 3 months since I was released from my most recent hospital admission. I was in 2 different hospitals here in Leicester. I was 7 years ago admitted into 2 hospitals in Canada and 2 hospitals in Leicester. And I've come to realize that mental health is more common than we realize. It's becoming more and more a prominent illness, and it's quite sad because people don't look at mental health in the same way they'd look at someone with a heart condition or diabetes or cholesterol problems or some other kind of issue or illness that they've got. People often say, oh yeah, you got a heart condition, and I understand you might not be able to get involved in the same way or eat the same foods as we do. But we need to start normalizing and making it okay to speak about mental health. I'm not talking about being a victim. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being empowered and courageous enough to say, hey, look, I'm going through a really difficult time at the moment, and I'm doing the best that I can currently do in order to deal with the situation. And very often when I was struggling with my mental health, the first thing that happened for me was I run these businesses and I travel around the world, and I've become quite successful coming from a very poor background. And what I do for my professional work is I teach people how to write their own book in as little as 3 days. That's my main work, as well as some other businesses. And as soon as my mental health starts to go down, my first thought is, oh my God, I'm letting my clients down. I'm letting my staff down. There's so many people counting on me, so many people relying on me. But if I had a heart attack and I was in hospital, I won't be thinking like that. So we need to start changing the narratives and the thought processes around mental health. And by coming to events like this, running events like this, and inviting people who know people or may have experienced mental health themselves, will allow us to get to a point of, okay, yeah, mental health is equally as important as any other illness, and not being a victim, but being practical, doing things each and every single day to help ourselves take care of our mental health, our physical health. As I'm speaking here, I just want to make sure that you or someone you know has actually been through a mental health challenge. If you or someone you know have been through a mental health challenge, find a chat section and type in me. I'd just like to know who here has been through a mental health challenge themselves or knows someone who's been through a mental health challenge. So find a chat section and just type in me if you or someone you know have ever been through a mental health challenge. Canada, Asmina, yes, Kirit, of course. Who else? Who else here has been through a mental health challenge themselves or knows someone who's been through a mental health challenge? Bharat, Amrita Sharma, very good. So there are a handful of people on here who have either been through a mental health challenge themselves or know someone who's been through one. when I was unwell in hospital, I was having all kinds of different experiences. London Laughter Healing. Okay, very good. And I initially was in hospital because I had severe anxiety and depression, insomnia, and I just wasn't functioning. I was doing my best to help myself at home because I knew what I needed to do. I needed to take medication, I needed to go for walks, I needed to exercise, I needed to reduce my stress, reduce my work activities, do other holistic things to help myself. And for many months, I'd help myself and help myself and help myself. And I realized that at times, even helping yourself isn't enough. Sometimes there's extra help that's needed. So I started going to some of the crisis cafes here in England. We have this new thing that's come out in the NHS, which is where you can send people or go yourself as drop-in sessions to the local community crisis cafes. And I'm so glad, and we're so fortunate that in England, we have these services and access to little groups like this where we can go to safe spaces, speak to someone, be surrounded by other people. And what I think we need to do more of is bring more of an awareness that there is help in our communities. It's not just something that is in the big cities, but rather we need to make this more available. We need to create small communities where people can go and they can talk openly about their mental health to either mental health professionals, other people with mental health challenges, people with lived experiences, volunteers, mentors, coaches, people that can really guide. I'm sure you'd agree, and you can again type in me if you knew someone that was going through a mental health challenge and you knew that they could go somewhere to get some help in an easy, simple, and efficient way. Type in me if you know that would be helpful. Because most people aren't even aware that there are groups or people or environments or places that they can go to get such support. In fact, I remember when I was in hospital recently, one of the guys there, he said to me that we're so fortunate. I know people in India who've told me stories where in India they don't have communities like that. And some people just go and commit suicide because they don't have anywhere to go and talk about their problems. In England, we're so fortunate that even though suicide is such a big killer, we have these kinds of platforms, we have these kinds of environments. And some of the things that have helped me in my journey is being open to asking for help. Not in a victim way, but more in a courageous way to say that, hey, look, I've been doing my best to help myself and I need some help. And each time I've gone into hospital, it seems like I've got even worse where my mental health, they've diagnosed me with bipolar, with psychosis. I don't know if you've heard of psychosis, but psychosis is where you have an altered perception of reality, where you think things are not real, you get extremely paranoid, you think the whole world is against you, you start hallucinating auditory and visual. They were some of the things that I experienced. And I had some very out of this world experiences that were interesting, challenging, but because I was not in a good place, I was really stuck and not knowing how to overcome them. However, thanks to that persistence and every day keeping to small rituals and routines and doing those small things every single day, reaching out to a few people who I could trust, creating a WhatsApp group. Even though I was so unwell, I created a WhatsApp group with a handful of people who I knew I could trust and turn to when things were not well. Because my family and people around me, it's not easy when I'm going through a mental health challenge, when I'm in such a position of having influence and being a leader in my respective field, that, oh, look, my mental health, I relapsed with it again. And it was not easy because I didn't want my clients to know when I was going through it. Once I've recovered, that's a different matter because then it becomes an inspiration. But if you're going through a severe mental health challenge, it's not easy to tell people about it because they judge you in a certain way. There's not very much compassion and empathy with people because they don't know what it's like to go through one of those challenges. Whereas when someone has been through it, it's much easier to be more compassionate and empathetic towards other people. And that's something that I've learned to do throughout my career. In fact, I remember when I had my most recent episode, whilst I was not feeling very well, there were a couple of people who messaged me to say, hey, Vishal, you know what? It's been 5 years since you saved my life. And I've had countless people, a lot of people who have messaged me and contacted me, sharing their stories about how I've helped them, not knowing that I've had or currently in my own challenges. And so when you're a leader, you have to be able to brush it off. You have to be able to just carry on, and it's tough. It's extremely tough. Even someone like Abraham Lincoln, you know, he was one of the presidents of America. He was thought to have depression. And the thing with mental health is it doesn't matter what walk of life you come from. It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't say, oh yeah, you're doing really well in life, let's not come to you, or let's not make you suffer. Rather, it's any single person, any human being can go through a mental health challenge. And what I'm about, I've even created my own charity recently, just opened up about a week ago. I've been doing charitable work, but we've now made it official, is that I want to start normalizing and removing the stigma from mental health so that people can be more open about it and ask for help and be proactive in their recovery. That's the big thing. I think anyone who's going through a mental health challenge, you have to do your best to be proactive in your recovery. It's not just that you wake up or you stay awake all night, because some people can't sleep, that things are just going to get better the next day. It's not. You're going to have to do certain things. You're going to have to take certain steps in your recovery. And sometimes you'll take those steps and it won't feel like you're going anywhere. That's why it's good to have a little support network around you, people who you can trust. And if you don't have anyone, there are so many phone lines. You can, especially here in the UK, we're starting to get more and more phone lines where people can just call up and ask for help. So I want to encourage you. I want to encourage you to start reaching out to people. I want to encourage you to start being more compassionate. I want to encourage you to start being more empathetic and put on a listening ear for someone in your local community or someone around you, because it's not very often you find people who are willing to give you their time and that listening ear. So my message for you today is do the best you can, and do the best you can to help other people, because it's that togetherness, that sense of compassion and empathy that's going to make a major difference. Thank you for listening, and back over to you.
Thank you, Vishal. This was really marvelous. In fact, I have been listening to you all the through. And in fact, it adds up more respect from my side, though I don't know you, I just know your name. But then still, it adds up a lot of things with the meaning of the things that I feel people have. This kind of an issue that I myself personally, being a mental well-being consultant, have felt in so many young children nowadays, and that stigma of having something and closely coming to me and saying, you know, ma'am, I am an OCD patient. I have a problem of depression, or I have a bipolar disorder. And then to live with that stigma by just whispering in the ear and not being able to speak up to people and to let them know, what if my friends come to know about me like that? How will I live my life? What will they say? How will I change these things? And the kind of reaction they feel, that okay, what if my friends laugh at me? What if the society just puts a label on me that I have a mental health problem? This is one of the very important things of today's time that we need to work on together. And I would like to ask you, what are the 5 best tips that you would recommend to the youngsters of today who are suffering from these small issues of maybe ADHD or issues in relation to depression or being over anxious? Over to you before we take Neil Kumar's comment.
Sure.
Okay.
So number one, I would say that acknowledge yourself. Acknowledge yourself, write down and tell yourself that, hey, I'm going through a tough time at the minute, but here are all the good things about me. Here are the things that I know that are good about me. And that's number one. Write down the list of things that are good about you. Number two, do some kind of activity, some type of exercise, even if it's just going for a walk, there's studies that are done that indicate that going for a 20 to 30-minute walk in nature can be helpful towards depression. And sometimes, I did that sort of thing and I wouldn't notice the difference. But the more I did it, the more I realized things in my environment, things in my surroundings. So I would say, even if you don't feel the benefit straight away, keep doing it. Even if it's a 15, 20-minute walk every single day. Number three, create a support network. Even if it's a WhatsApp group or some kind of environment or group that you can go to where you feel safe, where you feel you can talk about your problems, not as a victim, but just to share. You've heard the saying, a problem shared is a problem halved. So go and find an environment where you can create that little support network, that support bubble. Number four, watch something, read something, listen to something inspiring. Because the more you have positivity coming in, goodness coming in, things that are going well, it eventually does help you feel better about yourself. Even though sometimes some people with severe mental health challenges don't feel like doing any of that. But I would recommend, if you can, read something, watch something, listen to something positive. Because very often a person with mental health issues can get very fixated on their illness and start looking into answers on Google or on the computer or on their mobile phone or on Netflix and Amazon Prime and all that sort of stuff. And it's good if you're looking for positive solutions. And number five is take care of your body and your mind. Take care of your body and your mind. So go and have a massage. Go and do some reflexology. Go and get some acupuncture. Go and find something that you can do to take care of your body. Eat as well as you can. Take a moment to meditate. Even though this is a bit controversial, if you're already so stuck in your own mind and you're so engrossed in your own thoughts, meditation is not going to help. In fact, it's worse. Sometimes when you're so unwell mentally, meditation doesn't fix things. It doesn't help. Instead, what you want to do is move the body. Get moving the body, get your attention out of your head, and then go back to the meditation. So there are a few things that I would suggest. There are many, many more, but they're just the first 5 things that came to mind. In fact, what I want you to do is, if you're going to share at least one of these tips or reach out to someone, please raise your hand or type in me in the chat section. If you're going to reach out to someone you know that has mental health challenges, or even yourself, and apply at least one of these 5 things, raise your hand if you're going to do that, or type in me in the chat section. Excellent. Very good. Brilliant.
Thank you, Vishal. We'll come back to you. Wonderful that you are sharing your personal journey, but how you've come out of it. And apart from coming out of it, admitting that you've been in those state, plus you are helping people. We are going to move on to Sam, who actually does a lot of yoga and help people and mentor. Sam, we're going to come to you in a moment, and Vaishali. Before we do that, Azmina actually commented in here, and she agrees and she accepts that, look, it would be nice to have a helpful connection groups rather than being stuck in your own mind. What she's saying is it's nice to be able to talk to people like-minded and maybe help each other. Vishal, you did that by setting up a WhatsApp group, which was private, it wasn't public, and then you shared with people, which was very good. And then Azmina goes on and says, no deliberating, there's no place to go, daily rituals are healing, doing the laundry, walking, like you say, Vishal, keep on moving. and simple mindfulness, mindless activities that release the mind from the burden of repetitive thoughts. So Asmina, yes, you've got a very common point, and you are now part of Healing Our Earth. So you can meet like-minded people, and you are in the women's group as well. So wherever you need to connection, Amrita will facilitate that. Sam, Global Namaste in Scotland. And you help people through yoga where you get them mobile, because Vishal says if you are not mobile, then the meditation may not necessarily help you because you are not in a faculty where you can receive the meditation. Sam, your thoughts on mental health awareness and your tips?
Yeah, but mental health is all about controlling your mind. Remember, we have forgotten how intelligent our body is. Through breath, we learn to control your mind. Mind has subconscious mind and conscious mind. Once through the breath you control the mind, you connect with your soul. Once you connect with your soul, then that leads to your spirituality. So the mind control also, we did that in school children as well, where through pranayama, through yoga, through exercise, we manage to control their mental health, excitement, anxiety, fear, anger, disappointment, all these things calm down. Because when I was doing school yoga, they sent me in the school where the children were very violent. They used to work they used to work big sports, and they'll fight all the time. Teacher was scared to go in the class. But through yoga, they sent me there. Within 3 months of yoga, through breath, mostly pranayama, to control their mind, they managed to calm down. And then BBC World came and took a video and did the promotion on the whole thing as well. So all I'm saying is, children's are, and you could start from children as well. And remember, body is quite, body can heal itself. And you have to get more prana in your body. And the breath is the main vehicle for prana to enter your body. And then you go food and water, and then the air, and then the nature. But maximum prana comes from breath, more than 50%.
Thank you, Sam. And Sam, very rightly so. If you are not breathing, you are not living. So taking that oxygen, you need it, and feed your mind with fresh oxygen. For those of you who want to know more about Sam, you can just Google him up. He's in Scotland. He's our resident yoga expert, and he's a yoga guru as well. Sam, stay around. We go to Vaishali's for comment. Lata has got a question to ask. Girit and Amrita has got a chit chat to do. Then we're going to meet to another youth in Midlands, Keval Such there, and then we're going to go to Canada in the other side of North Atlantic with Professor Farooq, and we are going to chit chat, and we'll keep on exchanging tips and ideas. Vaishali, your comment so far?
I feel that whatever techniques was demonstrated or discussed over here by Vishal and our very own Sam, it's very much a combination. And even I being a healer, and I have a fitness background as well, because I'm also a certified fitness trainer. When people come to me, and I also first analyze the thought pattern, and meditation and exercise, they both are a mechanism, but it's very important to understand what works for you in the initial stages. And Vishal also said that if someone has a very disturbed mind, if we ask them to just sit and do meditation, it is not going to work. But again, there are different techniques that we can also help them. We can ask them to follow different techniques. And in that case, Sam said very rightly that breath is our guru. I always see that whenever we are angry or frustrated, or something is not going on our way, just observe your breath. Our breath becomes so fast. It is not natural. So breath is our best guru. Breath is our best guide. And by different types of breathing techniques, certainly we can combat our stress, and which is called, even in pranayama, what we are doing is in Bhastrika, Brahmari, Anulom Vilom, and these kind of a pranayama does help to calm down your your breath, and when you have a natural thought pattern, and then we can ask our brain or our mind to go further. So yes, definitely these patterns do help. And exercise, gym is sometimes, I also say that gym is my therapy. In some days, there were few years back, I used to just hit the gym. We always say that even if you don't do anything, just start your day, just make a routine. Because what happens if you decide to go to gym at particular time, let's say 8 a.m. in the morning, what happens? You have to wake up at least 1.5 hours before that. So let's say you have to start your system. It's about starting your system. It increases your metabolism. So it all starts your metabolism. Metabolism is everything. When you want to lose your weight, gain your weight, or be fit, get into shape, whatever is your goal. So again, I would say that the whole circle, it is something that all interconnected, your exercise, gym, and your mind. So mind and body connection is amazing. And thank you, Sam. And thank you very much, Anil Kumarji. Over to you.
Thank you, Vaishali. And Lata, you've got a question before we move to Kirit and Amrita and Keval.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Global Namaste, Neil, and everyone else. I just wanted to say that raising awareness is so important because 30 years ago, this sort of thing wasn't being addressed in the proper way, and misdiagnoses were being, given out and dished out, so people weren't really able to heal or repair the situation, or at least control it from going, the other way, downhill. So I'm just wondering, now we've got so many more tools and so much more understanding around this subject, and the awareness is raised. Like Vishal said, we're really privileged to be living here in the Western world, and especially England, I think, is very much more equipped and empathetic and compassionate. But we all need to do our part in understanding, because there's so many people around us that cause the traumas to us. There's people around us within our circle of friends, our work colleagues, or our family, and they don't realize they've got it. And then you're sort of dealing with them on a daily basis, and it's impacting our well-being and our mental health. That's where I feel, there's a bit of misalignment going on. So how can we deal with that? That would be interesting to connect with those who don't want to admit it or are shy to deal with it. And because it's a normal thing, it's a natural thing. We have bereavements, we have traumas, we have, inflation going crazy. COVID especially caused a lot of mental imbalances. So it's normal now to be, having to face these issues. So
Thank you, Lata. So Lata says, don't fear. Go and admit. If you got something going on in your mind, do talk to people. And it is normal now. We don't have to find it as a taboo subject to say and ask for help. Amrita, your comment on that, or maybe a couple of tips to Lata, and then we move over into Midlands once again, and then go to Canada. So over to you, Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yeah, what Lata ji has been saying is pretty right. And from the very beginning, I also heard a lot of panelists who have been talking about getting traumatized. And it reminded me of the time of COVID when people were not allowed to come out for the Christmas celebration. And that became a very big trauma in the minds of so many people. And when we talk about trauma, it can be any feeling, any experience, which can be gross or subtle, that can touch your mind and your heart, which you might not also be aware. And that becomes a kind of a beetle that eats something which is creaking up sometimes and knocking your mind, but you aren't aware about it. Now, these kind of things can be hormonal as well. Endocrinologists talk a lot about it. These things can be related with your metabolic problems. These things can be related with a lot of your symptoms in relation to your age, your work stresses, your work environment, your home environment, and also how you perceive yourself in the self reflection of your life. And therefore, in today's time, when people are having a lot of mental health issues, it has become an important talk of the day to make people aware about what are we starting our day with, what is our purpose for the day, what are we looking forward to. And there has been very small aspects which everyone has touched into our daily lives in relation to our habits, in relation to just a simple shower. Have you realized how mentally soothing it is to dance in rain? I hope everyone has danced once a while in their life, or been loved to dance with their friends, or you've been a kid. But can you imagine this is a mental health therapy that you don't realize? Or have you ever realized smudging yourself in mud and putting your hands in mud and playing with mud and making toys, or the sand near the seashore? All these things are those healing therapies that are mental health therapies, which we don't know and we don't realize. And therefore, I think it is very important to connect ourselves from where we have rooted ourselves to nature, to Mother Nature. And as we have been talking a lot about Mother Nature, we have been talking about motherhood, that healing properties which exist in and around us can make a tremendous change. But we need to realize all those things. And I think these things can be those non pharmacological approaches, which no doctor will write on a prescription slip, but still would be one of the best remedies that are true, permanent, free, without any cost, and assured healing modalities. And I think we can talk a lot about it in many ways in the coming work on that. And I would like to take up this talk further in one of the topics again. So let's move to Kirit. Kirit, let's invite your comments first, and then let's invite Cable from Midlands. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you again, and it's thanks to Vishal that he's really kindly shared some good tips, but also his personal journey. And I think, and as I said earlier in my introduction, until we start having these conversations, until we find people willing to share their personal journey, they will then be the role models to help others think about coming out and sharing how they feel. So thanks again, and I think the wisdom that we have within Healing Our Earth, we've got Sam, from Scotland. We've got a great team of experts who are doing, and that could help change people who are feeling lower at different stages, and just different support techniques. So without further ado, I'm going to bring a colleague and a friend, and obviously I've got to know Keval Sachdev. Keval Sachdev is a very inspiring young person who's been really motivated to change the lives of young people. He set up a youth charity called Ekiam UK, and really has been doing some fantastic work in schools around educating young people. So I'm going to let Keval share a little bit about his personal journey of when mental health has impacted on him through his personal journey, and then talk a bit about the work that you're doing in schools and an initiative that you're really passionate about in terms of. Keval's also one of our mental health ambassadors. So again, he wants to look at how we can develop youth ambassadors. So Keval, thanks for joining Healing Our Earth Global. Namaste, and over to you.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. Namaste to everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So, my name is Keval. Thank you to Kirit for such a lovely introduction there. So as Kirit's explained, I run a youth charity, but everyone has a personal journey. We've had quite a few today. We've had people's stories, and I want to thank everyone for being able to share it. I think it's really important that people do talk. And from my point of view, I went through a bit of a personal journey, like most people. You enter the unexpected, the unknown, and ended up facing a few health issues through probably at the back end of something that most people would describe not such a healthy relationship. It led to apparently, from what the doctors say, the stress caused my LCV, which is the left cardiovascular artery, to tear, which caused a blood clot. That was literally half an inch from my heart. If that had have moved, it could have killed me. Through that as well, that caused what they suspected to be my body mimicking a heart attack. So during my recovery from that, which was hard enough already, the doctors had said, there's an 80% chance you won't leave the hospital. So call your family, speak to your family, friends. And, one of the people I actually rang, spoke to, as well as my family, Kiri, and explained that, look, I'm going through all of this. He was, at all times in that, he was available. He was telling me, look, stay positive. It's keep your mindset positive and it will help. And, through positive conversations like that, through a bit of encouragement as well, I believe keeping that positive mind, it's one of the things that's keeping me here or kept me to be able to speak today. During that journey and recovery from the cardiovascular and the respiratory issues, I was diagnosed with an aggressive cancer. Again, I was told it's very aggressive, treatment needs to start straight away. This was at the back end of 2022. So most of the end of 2022 and most of last year, I was going through chemotherapy, treatments, etc. That journey was very, very hard. Mentally dealing with the strains of being isolated. We weren't in any type of lockdown or anything, but due to chemotherapy reducing your immune system to practically zero, and it being during the winter months, I was told I shouldn't be around anyone in case of infections, etc., because that can be fatal. So for a period of about 4 to 6 months, I was practically isolated, alone. Family had to drop food off at my doorstep. Once they've left, I'd have to come pick it up and then go in, eating alone, just everything. The whole journey, it felt like I was going alone. Although my family, my friends, mentor like Kiri, they were all there, but they couldn't be there as well, if that makes sense. So went through that journey, and in my head, I thought there was a point where there was a bit of a downward spiral mentally. I was feeling like even though I didn't want to, I felt like I was giving up, and it took a lot for my mind to work away from that and start the upward progression of my mental health and try and recover, but hopefully make myself feel better. As we got through that, I thought once chemo ends, if I get the all clear, I'll be able to do this. I'm going to go on holidays. I'm going to enjoy more time with my family, more time with my friends. I'm going to make the most of every day. I'm going to wake up as if I've been given another chance at life, which I have. And unfortunately, even when chemo cleared, although I'm not in remission yet, I've been to a few scans and everything seems to be clear and everything from a health perspective is going on the right track. But for some reason, my mental health took a very, very bad turn for the worse, a very low period. Even though I had everything to enjoy, celebrate that, okay, I've recovered or I'm in that process of recovery. Unfortunately, I found it hard. A lot of questions. Again, I still struggle to explain some of it, but the mental health side of it was difficult. I felt, okay, I am alive, but what do I do with my life now? Luckily, with positive people around me. Again, I keep mentioning Kirit, but he's been such a positive influence during this journey, always supporting me. And through my youth charity as well, working with these young people. They are so, so inspirational. Some of the things we've heard today, I believe, we were just speaking about connecting with nature. We were speaking about, when Vishal mentioned going out for walks, and making sure that you've got the right people around you to speak to, etc. All of these little things, they're so important. And for us as, I would say, not elders, but an older generation to the youth and young people that we speak about, we need to realize how much of what we do and what we say and how we behave around them impacts their lives. Mental health is huge with the young and youth, young adults that I work with. We see numbers increasing a lot of time, a lot of people struggling, the pressures that are on them at the moment with regards to education, work, cost of living. Sometimes parents having to work 2-3 jobs because of the economic state in their household. They're having to work just to keep the bills and the rent paid, food on the table, clothes for the children. But while they're doing this and they're occupied with just being able to afford to live, there's sometimes the older sibling who's losing out on their childhood, having to look after younger siblings, etc. So we face all types of issues. Drugs are becoming a huge, huge issue. Recently through Ekiam UK, we were featured on ITV News because we did a lot of work to get nitrous oxide banned, which they have banned now. And we've seen a huge difference with young people taking what was balloons, whether people have seen it or not, but it started becoming a huge trend. But this was one of the drugs and it has been banned now. We've seen a huge impact in a positive light with that. But so many other drugs are available, and all of them, some way or in some form, affect the state of our mental health. If not straight away, over a long period of time. You know, a lot of people, a lot of studies, we've got a lot of information on drugs nowadays. And the accessibility that these young people have to it, that's another issue that we're facing. So with Kirit, with South Asian Health Action, through the networks that he's introduced me to, like Professor Nandini Chakrabarti, who works with World Health Organization, Yaha Life in India. We've developed a program where we train young people to be mental health ambassadors within their schools, colleges, and universities. The young people have actually reached out to us saying how important such an initiative or project like this is, because unfortunately, some of them, you know, speaking from Siani as well, they reach out for help, but unfortunately, the backlog of people getting access to the right type of support or the help, they're going on 6 months waiting list now. If someone is feeling suicidal, if someone is feeling really low, waiting 6 months for help in today's day and age, in this country especially, it's just not acceptable. A lot more needs to be done, and we are finding ways. Like I said, through the networks we've got with Kirit, we've got a way that we can introduce these young people to someone who can talk to them about their mental health without having to wait that 6 months. Obviously, we ask them to still remain in that process with their GP, with the NHS, talking therapies, whatever it might be, whoever they've been signposted to remain in that process and get that extra help as well. But through our ambassadors project, we hope to offer that support immediately. So this mental health support project for young mental health ambassadors within schools, it's a peer-to-peer approach where they would then train the years below them as they move on and they train further and get a slightly more intensive course year on year to help them train to be able to talk to people. We're not expecting them to be counselors or therapists or to deal with one of their peers' mental health issues, but to be an ambassador where someone can reach out to them and they can speak to organizations like ourselves, South Asian Health Action, and find that right support. So that's a project we're working on at the moment. And I just also like to say there's so many other issues that affect mental health. We've spoken about a lot of them, but domestic abuse, sexual abuse, so many of these crimes, they're on the increase at the moment. Not one of these issues that affects our mental health. Year on year stats show that each one of these is increasing, and each one of them has an impact on a young person's mental health if they're affected by this. So it's very important that as a generation, we do take accountability and responsibility for the world that we're leaving behind for our young people. I think it's so important that we understand what we're sharing. It's even the smallest things like censorship. When was the last time someone said, I'm going to watch a movie? Oh, my children can't watch it because it's an 18. The 15, the 18, the ratings on movies, TV shows, censorship, it just seems to have gone out the window as we get desensitized to social media and platforms where everything is shared. Young people have access to everything. And, their brains are not developed in a way to process what they're watching or the information that they have as an intake. So I think it's really important. I could talk for literally hours on all the different elements and issues, but I think one of the important things is I have to agree with Vaishali spoke earlier, and also, sorry, I forgot her name, but she was speaking just before me, but that connecting with nature is one of the most important things, and working with young people, I need to say that from their feedback, this is not me saying it, this is the voice of the young people that say connecting with nature, being able to be around animals, just being able to take their shoes and socks off and walking on grass, being around trees, having that, just being next to a canal and listening to the water run by. It is so healing, and it can really, really help. So I think that's one thing that we do focus on, connecting with nature. Again, like I said, there's a lot more that I can say, but the connecting with nature from the young people themselves, that's what they find to be most effective. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Vishal. That's been thanks for sharing your personal journey, but also what we're going to do is we have going to have a panel discussion just shortly after we get Professor Farooq from Canada to share his excellent work he's been doing around the globe as well, around talking therapy. So if anyone's got any questions, please put them in the chat or in your YouTube chat. We will take them. We'll just bring Professor Farooq now in, and Keval, you stay around. We're going to bring you back on the panel to kind of look at how we develop this youth-led approach further. So without further ado, sorry, Dr. Amrita, did you want to come in?
No, we proceed further.
Okay.
It was really nice to know about Keval's initiative, what he has taken, and especially touching up on the the drug addiction and the kind of means the younger generation adapts, that they are easy means of life, but they aren't actually. They're taking up them to the silent killers that they don't know, which gives them a smile for a temporary basis, but kills them, is also a great initiative on your part, Keval. So thank you very much. Please stay around. Over to you, Kirit. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally, we connect Professor Farooq after the pandemic, where we initially made contact. So I'm really privileged to have kept in contact with you and also look at your work that you're doing. So let me just introduce Professor Farooq Naeem. Is a professor of psychiatry at the University of Toronto, and is a psychiatrist at the Center of Addiction and Mental Health. Farooq has pioneered techniques for culturally adapting CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. These techniques have been used to adapt CBT in South Asia, North Africa, Middle East, Kenya, China, and Canada. And more than 20 random controlled trials have been conducted on adapting CBT using Professor Farooq's model of adaptation. I'm going to really not do justice to read your resume, so I'm going to really let you give a quick introduction, because you've done some amazing work. And again, thank you for joining our Healing Our Earth platform today on the eve of, we're going to have Mental Health Awareness Week starting next week, and privileged to have you on board. And thank you, and really interesting to learn about the CBT, the kind of how you've adapted it from a cultural perspective to meet cultural needs. Because I think one of, having worked in mental health and in learning about talking therapies, it's sometimes that if we don't have the therapists who can relate to you from a cultural background, from a linguistic background, your actual engagement will kind of not be as productive. So that's something I really want to I want to use the topic of your title of this presentation. I want to leave it to you. I know you've got some slides, so I'm going to let you carry on. So thanks again for joining.
Thank you. And you can hear me. Yep.
Can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Perfect. All right. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Kirit, for inviting me and for giving me an opportunity to share the work that I've been doing. You're very right. The cultural aspects of mental health services or lack of cultural sensitivity are a huge barrier to accessing mental health among people from ethnic minority background, both in the UK where I was trained and I see the same thing in Canada. I became interested in this topic in 2004, 5, 6, so nearly 20 years ago. And we were looking at data from two large randomized controlled trials in the UK, and they recruited patients, and they were CBT trials. Now, for those who are not familiar with CBT, CBT is the most evidence-based psychotherapy in the world today, and it's been found effective for depression, anxiety, even schizophrenia, personality disorders. So it's the gold standard of psychotherapy today. So anyway, I was looking at the data, and they recruited patients from Birmingham, Manchester, and London. Now, you guys know, because I have to give a lot of background to people in Canada and other countries, but you know these are very these are cities with a lot of, or majority of non-white people from all kind of background. But to my surprise, there was a very small number of people who were recruited into these trials, and even those who were recruited, they dropped out. So I talked to the researchers, and they told me people from our background, they don't think that this is a good fit. And even those who drop out, they say that, you know, CBT is, now this is, these therapists are not really thinking about our culture. So anyway, one thing I realized when I started my journey was this relationship between the culture and the religion, and how they influence each other. So for example, I noted different versions of Jesus in different parts of the world. I've seen a black Jesus, a South Asian looking Jesus, and obviously a blonde, a blue-eyed Jesus. Same thing with Islam. I have noted there are different versions of Islam. There's a Middle Eastern version, there's a Indian and Pakistani version, there is a Persian version. So cultures and religion, but it's very important to think about religions because our beliefs come from our religion, and especially in the parts of the world in South Asia and Middle East, because if you look at the map, almost all the religions that people follow these days, and possibly 80% of the population of the world, come from India and China and the Middle East. The Abrahamic religions, for example, Christianity and Judaism and Islam, they all come from the Middle East. Now, the religions create a certain mindset. For example, they talk about determinism, i.e., your life is fixed. You have possibly no control or very little control over your life. But they also talk about brotherhood, community, and that leads to communal values against the Western values, for example, of individualism. Now, the CBT that's developed in the West tries to help you live an individual life. It promotes individualism. It's fine. The problem is people from South Asian background, they live in communities. They live they don't have the same concept of individualism most of the time. So rather than helping a person to become an individual, when you're giving psychotherapy to someone from South Asian background, you need to think about helping them to adjust in their community, to live with their family, etc., etc. So you can see even the focus of therapy is very different when you're giving psychotherapy to people from Eastern and the South American backgrounds. And this has a huge impact on cause and effect relationship. And cause and effect relationship is something as therapists we address all the time. What do you think caused this problem for you? And that is what we address as therapists and as physicians. Many cultures of East and South, they have not just the biological or the psychological or the social causes, but they also believe in spiritual causes. So, for example, if you're walking and you fall off a banana peel, the chances are that your response will differ depending on your cultural background. So, for example, if you are from North America, you might take the person to the court. In Western Europe, including the UK, you might contact the health and safety. And from a South Asian background person, you might think this is because of magic or evil eye. Okay. So that totally changes the way we deal with mental health problems in the West, and the problems are dealt with in the East. Even the response of the banana peel will be different. So, for example, the banana peel that dies in the East, the chances are, because you remember I mentioned God's will, and the chances are that if the family will say it was God's will. Okay, now the bad thing about this is you are not really exploring the causes of the accident, but the good thing is it gives you coping skills, and that's why a lot of religions offer a lot of coping skills. But things changed, and this was the predominant motto of the world until the axial age, which is 200 to 800 BC, when people in Greece started challenging those patterns of thinking, and they suggested that no, it's not God. Things are caused by natural events, disasters, disease. They're all caused by natural events. And that was a huge difference. There was a huge change in the way people thought. And similarly, the Greeks gave the concept of democracy in 600 BC. Now the problem is the modern CBT is underpinned by the modern democracy, and therefore I and my patient are equal in the East. But it doesn't work like that. It's not just back home, but also for clients, the first generation, because they see you in a very high esteem as a therapist or as a doctor. So if you start asking, and what we use the term collaborative approach in modern CBT, and I ask you, what do you think about this thing? The problem is, if you ask someone, what do you think about this thing? Many South Asian clients will become uncomfortable. My very good friend, Ravi, we were trained in Liverpool, and then he went to India. He came back and for holiday for a few weeks, and I asked him how things going. So he started telling me about his experiences, and one was he asked an old lady, like we do in England, the way we train. So, how are you? what can I do to help you? And the lady replied, you're the doctor, you should know what you should do to help me. So she was not even expecting a history or an assessment that we do, because you're seen in that kind of high esteem where you just should know, what to do. And so you can see how the cultural values are different. Even the communication style is different in the West. And the communication style that CBT uses is the Socratic dialogue. So again, Socrates asked his students questions, so they arrive at a conclusion. But we don't have that style. We have the sermons. So against the Socratic dialogue, we have Christ's sermons, we have Buddha's sermons, we have saints' sermons. So people just go and listen to the people they think they're wise. The good thing is all the cultures paid attention to thinking styles. The most famous story in the ancient times was, and that's my guess, the story of the elephant and the six blind men. There was a Greek version, there was a Buddhist version, there was a Jain, a Hindu version, a Sufi version, and actually the first written version is you will find in the Holy Scriptures of Hinduism. So there is another thing that is common and has been common among people. They travel, they go for resources, whether it was Europeans traveling to the East during the 15th, 16th century. And now there's a kind of reverse pattern of movement. People go look for peace, people look for shelter, people look for resources and a future for their kids. I see so many people who are from South Asia and they're doing good jobs in India and Pakistan. And when they come here, they don't find in Toronto, they don't find the jobs they were doing. And I still remember asking one person, I think he was Ubering, and I asked him, why you don't go back? And because he was quite a senior manager, quite well off, and he was in Dubai. And he said to me, I'm here because of my children. So people do these things. The problem is, how does the host society react to the newcomers? There are obviously tensions over resources because there's plenty of evidence to suggest that racism is very common in people from lower socioeconomic kind of background, and then there's obviously from therapist point of view there are myths. So, for example, one of the big myths I had to address when I started working in this area was people said there is no word for depression in non-English speaking countries, and I believed in that. And then I realized that it's such a big nonsense, because even in English languages before the 18th century, there was no concept of depression as an illness. But every language has a word for depression, for sadness, for happiness, to express all kind of emotions. Yes, people don't use the word depression or depressive disorder in many of the non-Western countries, but then that was also the case in the West before the 18th century. Another thing is people say that, or people used to say, especially the experts, and I think I do struggle because when I started working, a lot of people were either non South Asians or non-African, Afro-Caribbean who were working in this area and had very little kind of knowledge of these cultures. So one thing was somatic symptoms. So many people believe that somatic symptoms are common in people from South Asian backgrounds because they somatize, they are not psychologically minded. So a lot of these kind of things. And actually, I realized that over the years, first of all, people have people from all cultures have possibly equal number of psychological mindedness or not. Another thing, we also need to remind ourselves that we have a lot of resources in our cultures. So in South Asia, for example, mindfulness is practiced in the West as a therapy these days. And similarly, we have other spiritual traditions like Sufism in Islam. So it's not really that people are not psychologically minded, people from South Asian kind of background, or they only somatize. The fact is, anxiety and depression has two expressions, somatic and psychological. Somatic, for example, I think somebody also mentioned, palpitations, shortness of breath. And so they are all biological. Somatic, and the psychological is, for example, worrying, etc., etc. Interestingly, a recent study found, and that was conducted in London, and they found that people from both whites and non-whites had equal number of somatic symptoms who were presenting themselves to the health facilities. We developed a Southampton adaptation framework in 2009, and just to kind of keep it simple, my point is you need to think when you see someone from a different culture, you need to think about three things. First of all, and it's very common sense, you need to be aware of their culture. And honestly, this is the biggest kind of barrier to convince people. Go and read a little bit about the culture of the patient that you're going to see. And the second is assessment and engagement. For example, in England, I noticed there are so many second and third generation who are actually less acculturated than many first generation immigrants in the UK. And that's because people preserve their culture. People stick to their cultural norms and values. That's why people live in these small neighborhoods. You know, in Toronto, we have a little Portugal, we have a little Italy, we have a little China, and all kinds of places. So assessment, so that you know how acculturated this person is, and finally some adjustments in therapy. But how much time do I have? Right, I think 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. That's great. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah. Just going to kind of quickly share some of the barriers. The first one and the biggest one is the family. Family can be a source of conflict and distress, but family can also be very useful in helping people become engaged with therapy, with bringing them for appointments and to help them with the homework, etc., etc. Language and communication patterns, something that people need to think about. I already mentioned our communication style is very different from the Western Socratic dialogue. Shame and guilt. People experience trauma, and I think it's quite sort of interesting because most of the research on racial trauma is on African and Caribbean people, and I remember many people both in the UK and here from South Asian background who have suffered or experienced racial trauma, and that has a huge impact on your mental health. We don't really talk about these things, which is very unfortunate. So I'm not going to repeat this. The framework has been used in many places. We do have a lot of resources for South Asian CBT on our Cambridge website. So if you are interested in this area, you can access Cambridge CBT. The main kind of problem I have really now is not as much awareness of CBT, because CBT has become quite sort of a familiar concept both here in the West and even among young people in the East, especially in India and Pakistan, where literacy rates are quite sort of reasonable. The problem now we have is we don't have many therapists, we don't have the resources. Here in Cambridge, in Canada, I trained our structured psychotherapy program psychotherapists only on two sites. Not everybody is obviously interested in cultural awareness. Situation is actually not that good in the UK, because I have colleagues in BABCP and otherwise work for the IEP program. And IEP is still quite far behind in considering cultural factors. And just so, because I can see that a lot of you are from the UK. So IAP is the Improving Access to Psychotherapy program, and it was changed. The name was changed recently to NHS Therapies. The problem is the dropout rates, the engagement rates, even the referral rates are very low for South Asians for the IAP. And I end my talk here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Farooq. That was a very good eye-opening presentation. I think you have brought that perspective that a lot of people don't think about, but it is one of the very essential perspectives. In fact, I was reading about medical geography. Medical geography is in relation to the geographical places and the medical problem or the health issues people face geographically in different parts of the world. And talking about mental health issues, it has an ingrained effect in relation to our religion. Religion is very closely related to our cultures, our belief systems, and is ingrained in our society, family, ourselves, which forms a very big part of what colors of clothes in terms of our belief system we wear actually. And based on that, we hold stigmas, we are nurture ourselves, we come out of it. And that's why a lot of emphasis is given on educating people, educating children, bringing up to the level to understand, because education and wisdom and knowledge gives you insight to know more about yourself, about other people, about other cultures, and to understand what is happening with me or somebody else is really truly to be considered in that way or not. And another beautiful thing which I liked about it is when you were sharing the presentation, because I belong to alternative system of medicine and Indian traditional medicine system, Ayurveda, it talks about Bhuta Vidya. Bhuta Vidya basically is a psychotherapy, but because at that time there was no appropriate term and there was no infrastructure on medical instrumentation to know about what are the causative conditions of those problems, they named it as an extra magical thing that is happening to an individual called as Bhuta and supernatural power. But actually, it might not be a supernatural power. It can be an ingrained thought of your mind that creep your body and raised a psychosomatic issue inside you. And this makes so much of sense. And I think this kind of things can be shown and should be shown to various schools and education systems so that it opens the eyes of so many children and people for them to open up a perspective to know and look into another vision to see how can they change the thinking and the thought processes, which might not be true, but can be an ingrained thing in their family, but it might be creating an ill hazard? What's your take, Kirit, on that? And then we have our thoughts from Sam as well. Over to you. Thank you.
I think the presentation from Professor Farouk was excellent in terms of the cultural adaptations that's needed, and we've got to start early on, not when they get to, okay, when they're training to be psychiatrists at university, but I think it's got to be earlier on. They need to have that exposure while they're training into the community as well. So when they're, doing their university degrees, they need to have that exposure and coming to work in charities like ours so they get the kind of engagement. And I think it's glad you raised the poor engagement around randomized controlled trials from our communities. This is exactly what we are now having to engage with medical charities, institutions to say, let's help you recruit people from our communities so that those trials can be more appropriate and hopefully help the future generation. So this is something that I'm glad that our charity has been engaged more around recruitment in clinical trials and research. But thank you for that presentation. It's amazing. I think this is going to be a great session to end in terms of any conversations, but I'll pass it back to Sam as well if he wants to give his thoughts.
Over to you, Sam.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I was given opportunity for people in the jail to do the mental health because they came to one of the brain injury hospital for 3 months. Then they have to go back in the community or go back to jail. They had the choice. And there I used 2 techniques. One was obviously pranayama anyway. Then I use also the 5-finger technique. Each finger connects to different emotion. Just by exercising your finger, it can promote relax like a lot of people, index finger connects to your kidney. So that's why when you go for exam or something, keep going to bathroom because your emotion. So just by rubbing in the ring finger like this, you can, or if you don't have the ring, just rubbing your finger like this, you can control your emotion. That's one technique. Another one was medically proven as well, EFT, emotional freedom technique, where you do tapping, which plays a very important part. Just tapping in your brain, creative job, your thymus gland, under the armpit. All this tapping can also reduce your mental health as well. But breath is the main vehicle. And I find people came out and they went back to community. Sometimes I met them in the community shopping center, Alta and all that. And they said, "Good morning, Sam. How are you? Thank you very much for your support." So that's what makes you feel you're doing the right thing. When people come out of the mental health and go back to community and live in the normal life back to which is excellent, and that's why it makes me feel work harder. And I'm glad to hear all of you, I'm learning a lot of new things from you, all of you as well. And that's why, I'm really pleased to be part of Neil Kumar, group. It's always something new. You're learning every day, new technique. The day I die, I'll be learning every day and teaching other people how to cope with all the mental health is a big issue. We all have mental health. We all go through that stress from the main thing is prana. More prana you have, less mental health you have to cope with it. It's all about stress. Stress, how do you reduce your stress? It plays a very important part in overall controlling your mental.
Thank
Any
you.
question I can answer.
Thank you, Sam, and we'll come back to you in a moment. Professor Farouk, you are methodical, academical, cultural, and holistic. So Cassandra from Cyprus wants to ask you a question. Do you lean more towards holistic now you gain wisdom, and because you've been a professor and you are a practicing professor, so you're not an ex-professor, would you say to Cassandra that yes, holistic part and spiritual part also plays good part in life? So Cassandra would like to know in Cyprus. Over to you, Professor Farouk.
Okay, so the question is, how do our modern medicine and our traditional medicine interact, right?
Correct, Shibot. Yeah, she loved the fact that you also lean toward holistic as a professional. So, and that's what the word after pandemic, a lot of people had no choice. Nothing was able to help. So all they did was to go within their soul. And you seem to, like I said, you were methodical, you were professional, you were academical.
Thank you.
So to help Cassandra, would you lean toward holistic and spirituality?
So you see, my thoughts have changed over the year. When I was young, typical kind of a doctor who believed in nothing else but the medicine in which I was trained. And that's the attitude we have, unfortunately, as physicians. And I remember when I started this work, a lot of people used to criticize me for example, bringing ideas from religion and culture into cognitive behavioral therapy, and because they said to me, the white therapist said to me, so you think we are stupid? We don't know. I said, no, it's not about that you're stupid. You just need to know the cultural background of a person, because human beings do not exist in these silos. So there's always a culture that everyone comes with that. And that culture very often is actually includes the religious beliefs. And for example, you might have heard in one of the Spider-Man movies, it was a very famous dialogue when the guy says, Uncle Ben says to the young Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility, right? It is very famous quote. I mean, even this line is actually from Bible, from Matthew. So my point is, it's so difficult to take the religion and spirituality out of human beings and their lives. You mentioned prana. Now, most spiritual and religious traditions actually paid great emphasis on breathing, and that's exactly what we do in our CBT. We teach people breathing exercises. The difference is, I will give a different explanation of fight and flight to help them, but you have a different explanation. A Sufi has a different explanation of how God breathed into the life of the first human, and that's why you need to control your breathing, so on and on. Explanation is different, but there's so much that's similar in the kind of way we practice, even old wisdom. So for example, you might have heard the story of the lion that I was raised by some other animals, and he lost his way one day in the jungle, and then he reaches a pond which is very clean. He's very thirsty, and just before he's going to drink water, there's another lion in the water who actually roars at him. So he's scared, and this goes on for a few minutes. But the lion is so thirsty that he actually jumps over the other lion. The other lion disappears, and he drinks water. Now, this is what we call exposure in modern CBT language. So if you want to help someone to overcome fear, you gradually expose them to that situation that makes them afraid of whatever, right? So my point is, we just kind of, we are quite narrow-minded as health professionals, although I have to say I have seen things changing. It was a sin to talk about religion and spirituality when I was training, which as I said, I completed my training in 2005. And it was we never talked about religion or spirituality in our case conferences, in our case discussions, but people are a little bit more open to that. So going back to the original question, I really think these traditions should work together. And I'll just leave with the one example, and the example is of mindfulness-based CBT. So mindfulness-based CBT, which is very popular in the West, combines mindfulness and cognitive behavioral therapy, and it's very popular. In fact, even mindfulness. The only problem is, but that's a different debate. The only problem is mindfulness is just practiced as a technique without the spiritual strengths that it brings in, making it a little bit kind of an empty technique oriented kind of therapy. But my point is, it can be done. It has been done. Similarly, some other people have developed interventions in which they combine religion or spirituality with the CBT. So it's not just kind of possible, but I think it's also highly recommended.
Thank you, Professor. Cassandra, well, I hope it helps that, yes, don't be fearful. Go holistic, go spiritual together with your normal physician's advice. Thank you very much, Professor. Professor, stay around. Kirit, we've got Keval, we've got Vishal here as well. We have also got our kitchen episode producer, Seema. We've got our yoga producer, Riddhi. We've got our European Parliament representative here, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. So let's get into a bit of a chit-chat, and then we will visit to India, where a new guest, Hina, will be joining. She will also be part of it. So, Kirit, what we do, let's have a mini chit-chat with Keval and Vishal, and then we want to go to Hina in India, a bit of somatic, so we might get some perception from her. So, Kirit, over to you for a moment.
Thank you. So, as we've got this privileged panel now, just wanted to kind of ask you, Vishal particularly, and also Keval, from the thoughts of what the professor's given in his presentation, how do we really make the interventions culturally relevant? And from your experiences, what was missing that we need to kind of help shape these kind of therapies or techniques, really? So is there one thing that you think was missing that the professor has just put a little light bulb to kind of make you think about, this would have been useful if the therapist or the clinician worked with me in this way?
I'll tell you what I've noticed is, and you'll relate to this, is when you're a part of those groups, whether it's a family group or a friend circle or a particular group that you're a part of, you'll see them often spamming videos which no one watches. You probably relate to that. So if we had more videos that were directing people towards what mental health is, how to understand it, how to be more compassionate, how to be more empathetic, I think just that, bringing about more awareness through those videos and those pictures and things like that, and then encouraging people in the community to share that type of video or that kind of picture, it would help people become more aware. So we need to bring more of that in.
Excellent.
Can I quickly comment on that, Kirit? Is that right?
Please do.
I think you hit the nail. You see, the problem we have is because especially in the global mental health is led by researchers and thought leaders who have no idea of culture. We recently developed a video intervention for CBT for people who are not literate. And that was so well received. I was shocked. And then I thought about it. I think our people are still, they love stories. They love videos, what do common average Indian or Pakistani friend of mine does, they watch 3-4 Bollywood, right? Bollywood movies per week, So I think that's a very important thing. And I think that's the only kind of way forward, rather than using paper or other kind of internet sources. Short kind of videos on different topics are the way forward. Apologies, sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you. Keval, you've been using this, what Vishal has said, in terms of getting stories out there to kind of in videos. And again, any other comments around that, or your own kind of personal journey around what should be that therapist, in terms of what would be a good cultural therapist that would help you kind of navigate your needs?
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Vishal. there. You know, we do need to spread the right type of awareness through videos, etc., but also utilizing the platforms that the young people do use, TikTok, Instagram. I know we've got that element of indifference with social media in terms of there's a lot of negative stuff, misinformation, things on there. But if we utilize it the right way and we use the right platforms that are on these, using the right, platforms that are on these social media sites, I think we can get the message out there. Culturally wise, with young people, we have to understand as well that that is its own culture in its way as well. Young people, young adults, that is a culture in itself. Trends are changing all the time. We need more young people to be involved on platforms like this, in conversations like this, understanding them. Trends change so fast at that age. And we always seem to be playing catch up. We seem to be playing cure rather than prevention, where if we're working with the young people from the start, we're there during that process of transition as trends change, and we're actually ahead of it rather than trying to catch up with it. And I think, you know, again, repeating those messages, although the messages are out there around drugs, around mental health, how it affects people, etc., etc., it's aimed at one generation, but as that generation grows up, we need to continue that message on to spread to younger generations. And it's a continuous message. It's repetitive, but we do need to engage with them. I think we need more young people on platforms like this to share their opinion as well.
Thank you, Vishal. Sorry, Kevin and Vishal, for your input on those, and Dr. Professor Farooq as well.
And Kirit, we still don't want them to go. We want them to stay because we're going to carry on.
Sure.
Shortly, we'll be calling Hina. Meanwhile, Riddhi, you can tell the people about what's happening in the future episode. Then we bring Seema and Hina. Then we want Keval and Farooq and Vishal. We want to go into big chit-chat discussion as well. So, Riddhi, you can tell us what's happening in our future episodes, and here we go.
Fantastic. So future episodes coming up now, we've got yoga and meditation. Yoga and meditation with a slight swing where we're actually focusing on the mental health element. We're looking specifically here at anxiety and depression and how to get around these things. What are some of the techniques? What are some of the strategies? What are some of the long-term things that we can start to commit to on a daily basis, the small steps which lead to the big action? Then on Sunday, 19th of May, we have Global Women, Glow Women. This is a very new platform that is being created at the moment, and it's all about today's women uniting for a better tomorrow and into the 22nd century, making that global impact, starting small, starting to grow, because everyone's got their own unique perspectives, and those perspectives create their reality. Then on Sunday, 26th of May, we have Integrated Health. Integrated Health is a platform now where we're starting to bring together all of the different modalities and focusing specifically on how it can actually help in the NHS. What are some of the different ways in which we can help people to heal, people to feel more holistically involved, and to be able to grow spiritually too.
Right.
On Sunday, the 2nd of June, we have World Environmental Day. Healing our earth, we take the ethos of we can only actually sustain ourselves by not breathing for no longer than 2 minutes. So we actually need the oxygen, we need the water, we need the environment to be able to support us. And even through yoga, we can actually see the different postures that we get ourselves into. A lot of those come from nature, being grounded and centered in nature. So World Environment Day is really going to be there to allow us to start to think about the global footprint that we are leaving on Mother Earth.
Thank you, Riddhi. Fantastic. Stay around. We're going to come back to you. Keval, stay around. We're going to come back to you as well. So, Kirit, we have had a nice array of speakers over here. We started quite earlier, and we had an IIT expat as well, and we traveled to different countries. We want to carry on with our panel chat, but let's introduce a new member to our family. And Seema is going to tell us more about this personality, who I think for more than 20 years have been practicing healing in a different format. She's a certified somatic movement instructor, I believe, in Mumbai. Seema, tell us a bit more about Hina, who obviously exudes a very good motivating lectures and facilities, and also does outreach in humanity so she can improve and mentor people. So over to you, Seema. Tell us more about it, and then we have Hina with a little session, maybe, and then we have a chit chat and a panel.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Mr. Kumar. A very warm global namaste to everybody. I'd like to introduce you to Hina Sampath, based in Mumbai. I'd like to say a few words about this incredible, wonderful lady. As Mr. Neil Kumar mentioned, Hina Sampath is a certified somatic movement instructor. She's based in Mumbai, Maharashtra. A holistic healer, a trained yoga expert, skilled in aromatherapy, she makes her own skincare and healing serums. Hina's extensive experience in the holistic health space makes her very supportive, kind, understanding, and a healer who really listens and observes. And I can say this because I have first-hand experience with Hina. She understands how to ground, rejuvenate, heal, and support her clientele through every type of body challenge and personal journey that they are on. Hina has a unique skill set which enables her to understand everyone on a very deep level. She understands how intrinsically our mind and our body are connected to each other and how they impact one another. Hina is not just a body expert, but a mind expert too. This I have to agree. And she has built a clientele purely by word of mouth. And she has an extensive clientele that extends far into the United States of America, Kenya, and beyond. And as a result of this extensive list of international clientele, from Dubai, Switzerland, as I mentioned, Kenya, the United States of America, London, she is a true philanthropist at heart. In her limited spare time, she can be found volunteering her expertise on somatics with the underprivileged women in India's most rural villages. How beautiful is that? A staunch believer in the immense healing power of holistic living. During her years of self-discovery and actualization, she has immersed herself into the world of somatic aromatherapy and yoga. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Hina ji. It's so wonderful to have you on our platform, and I feel truly very blessed that you're here with us today. Before we start our session, I'd like to share something with our viewers. I have actually experienced Hina ji's healing one-on-one, right? Hina ji, I must have had about 8 sessions with you now, 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Within this short span of 3 weeks, or 4 weeks, I'd say 3 weeks, right? I've been with you 3 weeks.
Yes.
I have shifted incredibly. I am amazed at how powerful somatics is. I experienced it for fun. A friend of mine in Kenya mentioned it to me. Another very good friend of mine is on this chat, on our panel right now. Her name is Azmina Qasim. She's in Canada. We had gone out for lunch with a common friend of ours, and this friend very casually mentioned, about a condition that someone had and how they experienced immense healing with Hina ji, that their condition actually got reversed. So Hina ji, I decided to pick up the phone and give you a call. And you said, Seema, just don't worry about anything. Why don't you try one session now itself? And I said, okay, I can't do it today, but we can do it tomorrow morning. Oh, we did it that same day, if I'm right. Yeah. I've never experienced something so magical so fast, and I said there must be something to this. So Hina ji, let's cut a long story short about myself and my experience. I'd like to get into you. What inspired you to dive into the world of somatics?
First of all, thanks to everyone the organization, Mr. Neil Kumarji and Seema, thank you for your kind words to introduce me to this panel. Well, I was already in yoga and some aromatherapy, helping people in a different way. One day I come across this book by Thomas Hanna, who is a founder of the somatics. And after reading that book, I went to United States to do this course about somatics. And after that, everything changed in my personal level with my clients. Everything changed the way I even look at them, work with them. So I see lots of changes in them while working with them. So somatics is of the body and helps in many ways, especially in re-education of your nervous system, your muscles, to get back to your normal system.
So basically what you're saying, it brings you back into balance.
Absolutely. You come back home to yourself. That's what we all wait for, right?
I think that's absolutely correct. You know, as you said, you come back home to yourself. We all explore so many modalities, spiritual modalities, to come back home to ourselves. We chant, we do yoga to union ourselves with ourselves. We meditate to establish that union with ourselves. And I had never experienced somatics before. I'd seen a lot on Instagram recently about somatic yoga and the somatic breath, but I never really paid much attention to it. And funny enough, about 2 months ago, another girl, not known to the lady who introduced me to you, again from Kenya, we were just talking, and she said, "You know what? You should experience somatics." I've experienced it. So I really believe that when you're energetically ready to receive something, the universe will bring it to you because you're aligned. This is my true belief. And then we had this lunch, and my friend Asmina is on this panel today as well, and she was at the lunch as well, and this very sweet common friend of ours said, "Seema, you have to explore somatics." And I thought to myself, you know, why is this coming to me? Everyone is speaking to me about somatics. Now I have to admit, my lower back pain has gone after I've had my sessions with you. Just 6-7 sessions, and I already felt better. I think it's very important for the client and I would say the doctor or the somatics healer to have this very strong bond and relationship of trust, because when you have that, you're able to receive it better, right?
Yes. You integrate with yourself in a better way.
So my question is when you put us down for our somatic healing, and every time you see me, you say, "Oh, you're better today. I can see it from your face." Do you see the aura of the client? Do you see the body? Do you scan the body? What is it? Or are you just in tune with the person's energy?
Yes. So I'm in tune with you. I work with your nervous system. So I work with your nervous system. So I'm integrated with you.
And
so
that's
there
what
are changes.
That's what the training teaches you, right? And
yes.
Each session, it's almost like a computer, right? Each session deletes whatever stored memory we have. This is what I'm experiencing right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So all over the time of period of our life, we tend to store different stories in us in a different way, whether it's in a trauma way or some accidents or some thought process which is not gone out of your mind all the time working with you, because that stores storage in your body. The stores goes on storing. So that becomes a habitual pattern sometime in your body in some area. So how do I reach to that? That becomes like a chronic pain and still comes back to you every time.
Right.
And yes. So
Right. So
when you
experience illness as well because of all these stored emotions and trauma, right?
Yeah, the trauma, emotions which are inside us. So they become like a house inside us, right?
Indeed, they become a home inside us, and and the somatics energetically works into it and pulls it out from the root, right?
Yes, it does.
Now you have an extensive client base all over the world. Would you like to share one or two experiences any of your clients have of immense healing or emotional shifts or anything that they've experienced? There we are. We have the video coming up. We would love to see this video. We have no volume. Oh, okay. I think here Mr. Kumar will bring it back. But would you be able to share? Oh, he's bringing it back.
And the minute Hina walks in, for me personally, she has this transformative energy. She's already in the space of you are already better. She's already in a transformative mode. She's already understanding what we need just by looking at the way we might be sitting or our facial expression. But earlier you were telling me that like explaining it to people who don't understand somatics, like when we're trying to, we know someone, a loved one is in pain and we're trying to have them understand.
Well, it may be pain that you don't know, right? Like in my own case, right? Like I was born with a congenital deformity. I had a plaster for 3 years after surgery as a child, and my muscles weren't developed to walk or run. I just didn't do some of the natural movements that children do when they start to walk and balance. And suddenly I found that I could. Within I think 6 months of my sessions with Hina, I was able to place my foot completely along the floor and feel the ground for the first time. I've gone to many physiotherapists who told me, if you'd have come to me when you were younger, this could have been resolved. And I also now, when I'm walking, I can feel that my whole foot is on the ground. I mean, it's hard for me to explain because, most people do not have a congenital deformity, so they won't know when their legs are straightened like this from this angle.
No, absolutely. And most people are not really don't really have their feet on the ground.
Yeah.
In the real term.
Right.
And
wow, that's amazing. So basically, I didn't get the full gist of it. He had a condition, right, where his muscles were not strong enough.
So that came from his childhood when he was born like that, with his feet together. They were joined together. And they were separated after the surgery. But after that also, he had no feelings. So after 45 years, after he joined me for the somatic healing, he felt himself feeling the floor, feeling it, which he never felt. And though he used to play, he used to do everything, but feeling within your foot, under your foot, you felt it for the first time after 45 years.
I think Mr. Neil Kumar would like to say something. He's here, and we have Asmina, my childhood friend, Jumbo Asmina. Hello, you have to unmute yourself. How's Canada? How are you enjoying the Canadian weather?
Thank you, Sima. She'll be unmuting in a moment. Hina, welcome. Relax, chillax. You are a part of Healing Our Earth. So what we will do, Hina, maybe you can do a mini session, whichever you like, and then we'll bring in more panels to talk so that people can experience what Seema experienced. Asmina, global namaste to you, and Seema was mentioning you, so now do unmute yourself and your comments to both of them. Over to you, Asmina.
Sorry, it's a very early morning, so I'm still in my pajamas. That's why I put my video on. So amazing panel of discussions from the mental health. I'm getting such a perspective, various perspectives, and I think it's breaking the silence and being able to talk about it, which is really tremendous healing just in that. With somatic health, I mean, I've also in the path of yoga And the yoga that I've been studying is Kundalini yoga, which really helped to align my nervous system. So with Hina ji, I relate to the aspect of the nervous system, but it feels like you're going even more from the physical healing of Kundalini yoga, which strengthens you, helps you hold positions for longer periods. You know, you kind of have a mental, you break your mental patterning, I find, with Kundalini yoga. But with somatic healing, it feels like it goes even deeper. It goes into your psychic, you know, where you have repetitious thoughts, and it really affects parts of your body. So I'd really be interested in hearing more of how this works. How do you actually, it's almost like a web of thoughts that, you know, they can constrain you, they can affect you health-wise, how you interact in the world. So that's what I would be really interested in hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
And global
Azmina. Very
namaste.
good morning to you. Stay around. We'll be back with you. So, Seema, as you saw that Azmina brought the yoga part of it. Well, who better than our yoga guru and expert from Patanjali as well, from Scotland, and our producer at Healing Our Earth in yoga, Riddhi, and one of our experts who is not here, I can't see, Vaishali, who is actually from Kundalini and Chakra. But when she comes, we will ask her, and Amrita. So we'll listen to 1 minute comment from them. Go to Hina. Hina, you can just do a nice 5-7 minute session. Then we bring people back in and we can chit chat with our other people because we are in a chit chat panel discussion. Sam, your comment about having yoga to help as well, and in line with what Hina has actually done in her course of life.
Like body has a lot of, even if you have a lot of prana, but it has to flow freely throughout your body, through the nervous system. If it doesn't flow, if there's a blockage, it creates a disease. That's why हम लोग कहते हैं पूरा दुनिया का बोझ कंधा पे उठाए हुए हैं. Energy is blocked there. So you have to open up the energy channel. In my class, every class, I do 5 clapping. One is making a cup like this 5 times, and then across here, then across there, both sides, and then the lung meridian around the chest, which is very important for the prana, to open up all the energy channel, which helps to vitalize it. Next is the vagus nerve. Vagus nerve is the super highway of nervous fiber system, which goes from the brain, goes through the back of the ear, around the neck, into all the organs, to the back passage. Its main job is to make the body into what you call a parasympathetic nervous system. So energy can flow freely and body de-stress itself. Stress is one of the biggest cause of ill health, even mental health. There's 3 kinds of stress: physical stress, chemical stress, emotional stress. And that affects your body, your mood, and your behavior. So you have to control all that. So prana is all to do with the prana. And next week's topic is also about, you know, the stress and all that anyway. So I'll keep that topic for if I'm invited for next week lecture anyway. But
Thank
the
you,
Vegas
Sam.
nerve, thank you. The Vegas nerve
Sam,
is very
and
important.
you are a resident member, and of course you are there in the yoga episode. We can't have one without you. You are definitely there. So you actually echo what Azmina said. It's nice to include, she mentioned Kundalini particularly, yoga, and Seema has got a direct, very recent experience with Hina, and Seema is a very senior, Seema is a healer herself, so I'm sure it was a two-way process as she was listening. It must have been going there well as well. Amrita, you, and we go to Riddhi first. Riddhi, your comment on what Azmina said and what Hina has said so far.
A global namaste to you all. And Hina, I think that is a beautiful thing that you teach everyone, is how to actually be able to unlock the somatics. I think so many times as yoga teachers in classes, we see students that are holding on to tension in their system. They've got that edginess where they just can't actually get into a state of stitha. So they keep moving, they keep feeling that shakiness throughout their system. And it's not actually until they get into those holding asanas, when they actually start to unlock the somatics, that they start to experience the beauty behind it all. The beauty that connects the breath and the mind together, which enables them to get into the whole cultural awareness of which we were speaking about earlier, which is the beliefs and the values. Also being able to control through the breathing, through the kundalini, through the chakras, the energy centers that we have throughout the system, to be able to unlock the area of tension, to be able to breathe into that area of tension, and to be able to release and let go and realize that it no longer serves them. So I think it's a beautiful thing to do, to have a grounded somatic practice. Could you please give us a demonstration of how to do that?
So there you are, Hina. Someone else wants a demonstration as well. And Amrita, you of course follow all this, and you are one of our experts, and you mentor so many people around the world. Your comments so far before we go to Hina?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your beautiful insights on the topic of how somatics are related with mental health. I think it's a blueprint of your body. So your body, whatever your body is doing in the terms of actions, is stored somewhere, and water is one of the mediums. And to be very honest, on the physiological basis, if you find, it makes a very big sense when I teach children and students globally about the concept of understanding your chakras in terms of your neurological grounds, in terms of your plexus of the body that connects through your fascia, and your connective tissue that makes your information travel everywhere. So when you're listening to me right now, you're also feeling some part of me. You're also getting the feelings of extra things around you where you are there. And all these things are inside your memory. And that's how the somatics of the brain, and especially the psychosomatic, work. And whenever these kind of teaching modalities in terms of holistic health are related in relation to whether we say mindful exercises, or in terms of yoga, or in terms of meditation, pranayama, chakra healing, energy healings, or any things in relation to that, or even the cognitive behavior therapies. These things basically are ingraining those vital elements of your body that have been lost, or you weren't aware about them. And that's how they bring into the insight of, oh, you were the part of it. And when you make them revive, you automatically gain that energy, because your brain is pretty smart enough for your mind to hold up the things, and your heart is very cunning and it knows everything. And every single cell of your body holds beautiful memories. So it's very important, and it's really beautiful that each one of you from different modalities are working on with this. And it is, I think, a very important time to think about all these things to carry them forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita.
Yes, Seema.
And Amrita, just before we go to Seema, Hina, there is a question for you from Elizabeth in Senegal.
Yes. Yes.
And she says there are various examples of somatic, and she wants to ask you two questions. Number one, do you think dance is a good example of somatic? And the next question is, one of her friends has asked her that she needs to do somatic inquiry. She wants to know what it means. Over to you.
Sure. Yes, dance can help you. Dance is a very good form of healing too. So dance is good. And the second question is, yes, I think Seema has she can help that
I'm
person
actually
as
going
well.
to say this out loud right now for all our viewers. So if you'd like to contact Ms. Hina Sampath, her email address is somaticsyoga, that's SOMATICS yoga, that's one word, @gmail.com. I will be putting her email address and her phone number into the chat here as well. She can be contacted in India, Mumbai, area code 91, telephone number 98209 57577. I will repeat that again. Maharashtra, India, area code 91, telephone number 98209 57577. I want to say whatever Amrita ji said was very, very deep and beautiful, and even Riddhi, what you shared was amazing, about postures and holding the asanas and breathing into them and becoming, as you said, culturally aware. There's a saying I have discovered that I've been doing yoga, I've been going to the gym, Hina ji, I've been sitting down to meditate. And you told me, Seema, now that you've come here, this time is yours, and you need to do nothing. Said, just give yourself to me, surrender yourself to me, and let the somatics take care of you. This is the easiest modality I have ever followed and the most effective in the 57 years of my life. From the age of 20, or 19, I've been exploring yoga, I've been exploring meditation. Every school is beautiful. Every school brings a gift, but the easiest, fastest, and most effective modality has been with you. And I can't express enough gratitude to you because you have been amazing for me. Truly amazing. Asmina, I know you're watching, and to our friend in Nairobi, childhood friend, you guys are amazing. Thank you, Asmina, and thank you. You know who I'm talking about, the girl in Nairobi who referred me to you. And I'd just like to say, if you haven't tried somatics, book one session with Hinaji, and you will not regret it. It's been amazing, really. Now,
Thank you for your kind words.
we did ask you, Neil Kumar ji did ask you if you can do a mini session with all of us here. Do you need one person to work with, or can you just send the energy out to a whole group of people?
Yes, I can work with the whole group. That's not a problem. Do you have enough space? Can all of you? You have to sit down and write. Okay, that's fine. We can sit and do it. Okay. So all of you have to just close your eyes. So when you close your eyes, it helps you to integrate with yourself in a better way. So close your eyes and just be there. And feel how you feel in this place where you're sitting. Are you grounded? What I feel? What does my body feel? What does my soma feel? Now let's invite the breath. We're going to work with your breath. Let's invite the breath. So when we're going to invite the breath through your nostril, and you feel your belly expanding a bit. So invite the breath through your nostril, feel the belly is expanding, and let's release together the breath as slow as you can. 2, 3, 4. And let it release, don't hold. Let it rest. We come back to the nostril again, taking a breath, inviting the breath, slowly, gently. As you invite the breath, you feel your belly expanding a bit. I don't force, I let it go. Then we release together. 1, 2, 3. I don't force myself to go. I just let go. I don't hold. I let the breath do there. Rest. We'll do 2 particular rounds again. Invite the breath through your nostril. Feel the belly expanding gently, softly. Going to release together. Release. 1, 2, 3. Just rest. Rest. Going to do one more round of this. Invite the gentle breath. Feel the belly expanding. Release 1, 2, 3. Let it go. Let it go. Rest. 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 Don't hold. Rest. Just be there with your eyes closed. Just be there with your eyes closed. And thank you for your practice. You can open your eyes very gently. Take your time. Take your time. Thank you for your practice. Thank you.
I think I'm very blessed because I was able to get 2 sessions with you today. One in the morning and a mini session now. I'd like to ask Riddhi how she's feeling because I can see a big smile of relaxation on her face. And Riddhi, by the way, is a very, very big expert of ours. She's very eloquent. She speaks beautifully. Hinaji, she's a lawyer. And she's also very well versed in yoga and the Vedas. She's such an amazing girl and she's so open to receive everything. So I'm starting with you, Riddhi. What did you feel?
Fantastic. So I just want to say, Hina, thank you for such an amazing practice. It's something that we take for granted is the breath. We just don't realize how much importance the breath plays in our day-to-day moments, in our day-to-day movements. And it's just fascinating to be able to surrender, to be able to step into a stage of just being silent, not having to do anything, not having to think about anything, just sitting absolutely still and experiencing the power of the breath and allowing that to guide us. So I think it's a beautiful practice just to start to get people to ground, to be able to get people to center, because it's from that moment of awareness, everything else unfolds.
Lakshmi Devi, how do you feel? If you can unmute yourself, please.
In a different world for a few minutes. I do a lot of yoga and meditation, and probably this is one of the first time that a little extra devotion was given to the abdominal area. You mentioned that when you inhale, the abdominal area will expand. That's the feeling which I have never got it before, and this is for the first time I got that sort of a feeling, which I thought was a very good way of conveying and approaching the different parts of the body. So and I also went into a trance for some time in the 3 to 4 minutes, whatever. And I really, really admire the way you conducted in this, sort of a platform where we were all sitting and we were all in different places, yet you reached all of us. Thank you.
Seema, you need to unmute yourself, Ola.
It's truly quite magical how this process works. I want to share with everyone. I think it's the more we are open to receiving it, the quicker we will shift. Um, After each session, Hinaji asks us to take rest, and as you expressed, Lakshmi Didi, that you experienced, you kind of you blanked out a little bit. Many times after the sessions, when I close my eyes, I feel you want to be with yourself at that time. Your life starts to become more centered. You become more accepting of people and situations around you slowly. There's no magic one, but it starts happening from day one. The chatter of your mind slows down. Your awareness when you eat is more enhanced. Sometimes we just stand and we eat and we don't realize that we don't take that minute for ourselves, that sacred moment for ourselves. Your communication skills are enhanced. You aren't rushing through your conversation. You're more present with yourself and others. And it all starts with you. When we're present with ourselves, am I right, Hinaji? We
Yes.
can be present with others. When we're compassionate and we take this time out for ourselves. Look, everybody has something they need to heal from. It could be childhood trauma, it could be a physical condition, it could be an emotional issue, it could be battling with one's ego, it could be so many different factors that we're not even aware of. But when we take that time to do this for ourselves, and literally we speak about nourishing our bowl and filling our cup, but we really have to go out and take that time to do it for ourselves. I'm telling you all, in the 27 years I've been searching, I found my answer. I really have. And I would love you all to experience it. Please give it a shot, one shot. Hinaji, you're truly magical. Thank you
Thank you so much.
so
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Hinaji? Lataji, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Seema.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Hina. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. So I just thought I'd give you my experience of this somatic, because I have been coming across it lately, and I did want to research it and I wanted to dig into it. But thank you, Seema, for bringing it to the platform. And I think I went internally and opened up the chakras and also went back to the thing that's been nagging me all the time. And I think I released that and let it go. So, because that has been giving me a stiff neck or upper back, and that is very painful. So I think that may have shifted because I don't know where it came. It just wouldn't go, So I'm fingers crossed it's gone. I'm feeling a lot lighter, and I connected to your energy. So I would like to experience a bit more of this experience. Yeah.
Hinaji, we have a wonderful team of experts like our own Amita Sharma, who's very well versed. She's over here in Ayurveda. Then we have our yoga producer Riddhi, and we have a Hollywood qualified beauty therapist who's also a healer and a chakra healer as well. Her name is Vaishali Acharya. I would love us all to connect. There is so much we can all share. I will be connecting you to Vaishali as well. And then we have Lakshmi Didi, who's still smiling or in her trance. Am I right, Lakshmi Didi? You're looking so serene today.
Thanks to Anina ji.
Wonderful. We had a question, Amrita ji. Some people are asking some questions of how many sessions would a person need to virtual sessions work. Hina ji, please share with us.
Yes. So how many sessions each person needs, it depends on the person, the history, what the person is has some problem, what kind of problem. So I do share the intake form with the people who wants to join. So I come to know that how, but it's difficult to say at that how many sessions you will need. It depends how fast the body is been able to receive and how old the whether the problem is the trauma is of the person and the age also is concerned, how old is the person. The younger you are, you get better faster. As you get older, so you can say the young people. So suppose you have a headache, they come to me. Within you can say 1.5 hours, they are fine. Young children, teenagers or this. But as you go further with age, so, and your problem depends how deep in your problem is within you. And of course, later in the age, like you can say, they have patients who are 75, 80. So they are a little slower, but yes, they are able to move by themselves and feel themselves, So that's what you want. So that's why I can't say how long you will take.
Thank you, Hina. Stay around. And Amrita, it's time to maybe wind down now. We've had a wonderful session. We started very early. We have a lot of experts today. Let's go around the panel. And for each one of you, I want you to give me 1 or 2 best tips how you keep your mind at peace and how you keep your mental stability at peace. Just keep it to a minute session each. We will start with Riddhi, your best tip to keep your mind fresh and at sukoon mode.
The best tip to be able to keep the mind at sukoon is, as Hinaji has just mentioned, it's all about vasanas. Vasanas are the mental impressions that we carry around with us until we consciously choose to let them go. So tip number 1 is awareness. When we're actually aware of what that problem is, that's 3/4 of the solution. Becoming aware of exactly what's causing it, exactly what's happening, when it happens, all of these are questions that we can start to ask ourselves. All of these are beautiful things that if we start to put them together and layer them, we'll be able to go a little bit deeper. Now, when we go deeper, it's things like Amrita was talking about earlier in terms of creativity, really being able to tap into what is it that allows you to be creative. Start to get the mind to think in a different way, because when the mind is actually in a state of sattva, it's not in a state of tamas. Tamas is this sleepy, sluggish, lethargic state, but we've transferred that to a state of creativity. Now we can start to really get resourceful and get positively solving the problem, being able to take ourselves out of that problem, looking at it from a 360 bird's eye view and analyzing what's happening. And when we can start to analyze what's happening, we step into a state of rajas. Step into a state of rajas, we can actively do something about it. And that's what I will leave you with, is to actually be able to do something about it. If it's something that you can change, work out what specifically it is that needs to change and step into that.
Thank you, Riddhi. Stay around. Amrita, let's go to you. 1 specific tip that keeps you mentally stable and your mind at peace all the time.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I think I would like to share 2 tips. 1 tip is always looking at the things that makes you happy and finding those things in life that makes you happy. May it be your children, your parents, things around you, or yourself looking into a mirror, whatever. And adding up the smile to the day basically will be adding up to that medicine that will help you keeping up with those negative thoughts that you catch up in the day. Or the second thing is also spending time with yourself. Maybe relishing a cup of tea or a coffee in your garden, looking at the sunset or sunrise. And the more time you will spend with nature, the more time you will spend with yourself, that will give you a moment of relaxation to think that yes, life has taken up a little pause. And I think these will definitely help everyone. So you can have a morning walk, you can have a jogging, you can have an easy chair, you can have a light music and watch the sunset, or a rose or a garden visit will definitely energize you. Over to
Thank
you.
you,
Thank you, Neil Kumar.
Amrita. Thank you, Amrita in India. Kirit in Midlands. Kirit, your main tip that keeps you stable and peaceful in your mind.
So for me, I think it's surrounding with positive people. Those people who are positive will help you stay focused and be positive. And secondly, it's also from today's session, it's about trying to implement some of these good practices. And I think we've talked about yoga, we talked about breathing, and obviously the last session was very powerful. So it's about mastering that for yourself, and then you'll know you're on that journey.
Thank you, Kirit. Wonderful over there. Stay around. Sam in Scotland, your best tip that keeps you happy and peaceful.
I was really amazed to hear Hinaji. I do that in my session, yoga session every day as well through Zoom. But same time, I do in Khichdi Mudra, roll my tongue back up the way. That activates your master gland. And also, mind doesn't wander, goes inside rather than outside. So easier to meditate as well. Because meditation is very important. Mind is like water. When it's turbulent, when it's shaking around, you don't see anything. No reflection is seen. So you have to make the mind still. So what Hinaji done, just doing that breathing exercise in Khichdi Mudra makes your mind water still. When the water is still, you can see all the problem you have. Once you know the problem, you can resolve it. Until you know the problem, you can't resolve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam, all the way in Scotland. And we go to Dr. Lakshmi Vyas with her wisdom and your specialist tip that keeps you happy.
Global namaste to all of you. Yes, I would prefer to keep myself very calm, quiet, and avoid any trouble or any kind of harshness that comes around. I would also like to concentrate on my work, which gives me immense happiness, and try to keep myself happy by walking or just talking to little children. And I also like to play with the birds that come into my garden. These are some of the things which I enjoy in my life, and I like them. I'm absolutely a fan of all the birds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. And we go to our kitchen episode producer, Seema Bhatia. Seema, what is one tip that you like to share with people apart from what Hina has shared with you?
I many a time in life we focus on our own problems, and we have this self-talk about my life is so difficult, I'm struggling with this, I'm battling with my family, there's so much traffic, or I'm really very stressed and I've got so much anxiety and I don't know how to cope with it. I try everything I can. My spiritual master, His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, shared, if you feel your problems are big, look at the outside world. Go and spend time in a mental asylum. He says, I tell you, you'll come back being so grateful for where you are. Or look at what's happening in other countries. How little children are sleeping without meals at night. Mothers are losing their children. People are losing loved ones. When you reflect on that, and then you do some philanthropic work to uplift society. Go and better someone's life. Make a difference in someone's life, as we do here on Healing Our Earth as well. We're always available. Our team is one big family where we say we're always here for you, even just to listen or just to give a pep talk or to make someone cheered up. Go and make a difference in other people's life. Like Hina Ji, look at her. She does somatic healings for people, and then she goes and helps the underprivileged. You will find that place of happiness and gratitude towards within yourself, and say, I am so blessed. My life is so much. Don't you agree, Asmina? This is something you do on such a strong, big level. I know that. Asmina teaches the elderly yoga at the Aga Khan. Where do you teach, Asmina?
I
In
teach
Nairobi?
in their backyard. It's a community that puts all the chairs out and they all come.
Thank you, Seema and Azmina. While we have you at there, what is your tip that keeps you cool, calm, and collected?
I would say everything that everyone has shared is so vital, nature, all of that. But what I found is my mind needs something that cuts through it, because that perpetual traumatic thinking can sometimes take over to such an extent that what I have found, the only thing I found that cuts through that, even breath, prana, because I've been doing yoga for so many years, it's mantra. I found that the power of mantra, the word is elevating. So that seems to be one of the things that cuts through my own very limited mind capacity to get myself out of, say, a hole, is a particular mantra. And the one that I've been working with is Om Bhu Bhuva Svaha Tat Savitur Varenyam. And this was downloaded to the yogis so many years ago. And the power of this mantra, I can't even say how profound it actually, when I'm saying it, the tongue, the way it affects the synapses in the brain, it's almost like it's playing the brain. It's breaking up those nodules that are caught up in thinking of a perpetual thought that eats you away. So anyway, that is what I would like to bring, that the power of mantra is very, very powerful.
Thank you, Azmina. Azmina loves mantra therapy. And of course, Om Bhur Swaha is a universal mantra. Okay, we go to Lata. Lata, your one tip that keeps you happy, and we'll move to Hina in a moment.
Well, I'm gobsmacked. Everyone's spoken exactly what I would do. I mean, I like the one that Dr. Amrita said, all those points, walking, nature. I love hugging trees or touching trees. I love being outside, especially in this lovely temperature. I would say I'm also taught by my guru, Mr. Sam. I joined his classes, so I do the breathing and pranas, and I have really, done well on that journey. And then I think I like to really change the pace. I like to get into a task and declutter, throw things away, or, clean up, or go and organize something that needs organizing, and then talking to someone as well, maybe on the phone or something, that helps me to just vent it out and get rid of it. So yeah, all those things, and just giving myself a bit of a rest as well, not feeling guilty.
Okay, so we can see Lata doesn't want to feel guilty and she wants to declutter herself. Hina, in Mumbai, you are in a very nice area in Mumbai over there, in a bit of heat wave over there? And how do you keep
Yes.
yourself cool, calm, and collected? Best tip
So
of yours.
to be compassionate towards yourself for whatever you do. That's very
Well,
important in life, to be compassionate to yourself and loving yourself. That's your first priority. Um, so that's what you can do. If once you do that, then you're already loved. You're not expecting something else, right? So that love is created within you. You feel it yourself, then you're compassionate to yourself.
thank you.
So,
So what Hina is saying, you can love everybody, your mother, your father, your daughter, your son, your relatives, your friends, but try to love yourself, because if you love yourself, then you'll be able to love others. Well, we've gone down to everybody, and here comes my tip. Do not worry about anything on the earth. You worry when you can't find oxygen. The only thing you have to worry on the life is oxygen, because you can stay 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. Of course, the guy in the Far East stayed for more than 7 weeks, but he was okay. So effectively, all of you have so many things in your mind. Forget everything. There is no issue at all. If you believe that the time will not stop, then remember, whatever you are facing through now, it will go. And also, don't worry about things that has not happened, because you will worry when it happens. And if it doesn't happen, you will worry. So stop worrying. Okay, get hold of your mind, your peace. The only time you should panic is if you cannot find oxygen. And we learned during the pandemic. So I love you all, ladies and gentlemen. Feel good, feel calm, be happy all the time. And like Azmina said, she loves the mantra therapy. So either Seema or Amrita, let's have Gayatri mantra 3 times, and we say hello to everybody, and we'll close officially. We are now transmitting live on the social media, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, website, Twitch, and other mediums on a partner channel. So Amrita, Gayatri mantra 3 times, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this episode really special. And a special thanks to Kirit Mistry for producing such a wonderful episode. And also special thanks to Seema Bhatia for bringing such a wonderful soul to our episode. And you have added up those flowers to our bouquet today that will always be fragrating and giving us more fragrance of aromas, how to stay healthy, happy, and to live the life happily. So, thank you, all the viewers, and as well as all the contributors of Healing Our Earth, for making this episode as well a successful. We look forward for your support, your love, and your presence in the future episodes that we will be shortly showing you next Sunday again. And now it's time to close today's episode with the Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes with a calm mind, taking a deep breath inside. Om. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om
भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो